then I bring it right back. Two step, then I bring it right back. Step, then I bring it right back. Two step, then I bring it right back. Night after night.
it's alright. I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies. Then there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall. 'Cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. Ooh, it's alright, it's only human when the feeling overcomes, like the beating of a drum. I'll be the one you call. Ooh, it's alright, it's only human when the feeling overrides, going deep into the night. I'll be the one you call. 1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch 'em fall. 1800, it's only human. I'll be the one you call when we watch 'em fall.
Hello and welcome everybody to some more Collegiate Rocket League. We are in week 2 of the spring 2026 semester, and therefore we have to bring all these faces back to broadcast to bring you the stories that are starting to emerge. Chixa, first show on the new semester. How you feeling being back?
You know, from one thing I've learned watching Champ League and watching everyone try to do leaderboards and rankings and everything that we've continued to talk about is this season is definitely the unexpected season. I don't think anyone that we thought is the front runner is really truly the front runner. So I'm really excited to dive into League Play today and see if we get any upsets.
Yes, more things change, the more things stay the same. Seb, does that feel like an accurate rendition of St. Clair's, near the top, but we have some new faces as well joining us in League Play?
Yeah, well, first you make it seem like, oh, we have to bring some new faces, like it's a chore to have to talk about St. Clair on the broadcast. Our current 2-time winner is still running it at the moment at the top, but like you mentioned, a new roster. Arju, of course, going over to Maryville, and so Vesh has stepped in, has looked better than ever. Frankly, I'm incredibly excited. Maybe Canada runs it back.
I mean, potentially, that's only a reality that we can only dream of for right now. But at least going forward, it seems like it's in the running. Devonta, I mean, there's a lot of teams in the running so far that you have been Novodamus, basically. You've been able to predict a lot of these upsets. Do you feel like that continues within this week?
I don't want to jinx it because I went 4-0 last week. Got them all right, baby. Novodamus never wrong. But I'm telling you one thing, unpredictability is the kind of soup du jour. But on top of that, the skill ceiling we're seeing on the pitch is something I have never seen before. College Rocket League usually gets overlooked. I'm so glad it's no longer the case because the things we're seeing out there in that pitch, it's just amazing to watch.
Absolutely. And because of that, we need to remind everybody, yes, Collegiate Rocket League is back. It is week 2, but we are still in a league play format, but it's a little bit different. Novanta, I'm going to throw it right back to you. Walk the lovely people through what we got going for this semester.
Yeah, the eye on the prize is definitely that spring championship going down in May. And how you do that, the most direct way of doing that is this league play. Sometimes on stream, sometimes on not. But the idea is collect enough qualifying points and victories to get yourself over there. And goals do count as well. If you don't get to be in the top 4, you go down to the last chance qualifier and you have to go a little bit of a detour to do so. But there's also another way to get you to that last chance qualifier and the spring championships, and that's with 3v3 open play. And actually, we had one quite recently.
Yes, indeed. And because of that, yeah, we do have our first kind of batch of results coming through from the 3v3 Opens. A great way to be able to get those placement points. And Seb, but we already have our first 6 pool winners.
Yeah, and of course, every single win of the Open matters, but it's interesting to see who the front runners are. We talked about some of these teams beforehand as, you know, who might dominate the Open circuit. Of course, the big player in this is OC Esports, just barely not making it into league play. And even though we've kind of been used to them being at that close to the top echelon of CRL, but along with that, you have St. Clair Gold, George Mason finally winning an event. Congratulations, you're no longer banned. Columbia, BPCU, and Etsu rounding things off. Even looking at the pools, these are kind of the expected results, despite some hiccups along the way for some of these teams. OC, of course, that they are the favorites for this whole event.
Yes, and because of that, we need to keep in track that, yes, we have pool winners, but when it comes to the entirety of Opens, even coming close to winning, coming in second or third still nets you some points. So we do have our current standings after our first of 3 Opens. And Chixa, what kind of stands out to you as we take a look at the table?
I mean, obviously, between the winners and those in the second place, there isn't that much of a point spread. So as we continue to see the Opens moving on forward, it's going to be important to place and get the difference between 5, 3, 2 points. If you have a bad Open, it could easily change that cutoff being in that top 8. Of course, I think as we mentioned, we see the likes of GMU back in George Mason. We see Columbia, OC's always in there, St. Clair Saints Gold. There's a lot of very familiar faces at the top, and I don't anticipate the top 8 changing too much as we move on forward. Of course, Taco, you have a little bit more of an idea on the formatting for how that last chance will end up moving on.
Yeah, essentially, when we are looking at how this season's coming together, we do have Opens. That's for pretty much everyone who doesn't make league play. And then obviously we have league play. Navanta alluded to getting into those playoffs, but ultimately by doing that, you have to show up in league play. Everyone else is thrown into that LCQ. And to get a better look at that, we do have league play standings. After week 1, we've had a lot of games, a flurry come through despite being kind of the past 2 weeks, some myriad spring breaks popping up. St. Clair, as we mentioned, at the top. New look Baylor adding a Zanil over from Northwood on the transfer as well. But ultimately, when we're looking through this table, I think the biggest thing is that one line across separating Maryville and Indiana Tech for right now, clinching those playoffs, being able to get past the LCQ and not worry about it, Seb. I mean, there's a lot on the line for these teams, but we've also noticed Northwood not playing any games, so we have no idea where they're going to stand in this new look.
No, I mean, Northwood, in classic fashion, just continues to not play the games. Please play your games, guys. We'd love to get some data.
Classic.
But
Ideal.
it is a very classic of them, despite the fact that they can do RLCS calls. Creeps. But when we look at the top 4, this is one that, you know, we see Maryville starting to struggle a bit, but they're starting to get their wins, of course. St. Clair, we have the game differential as well. Solid 6-0, the only team that hasn't dropped a game just yet. And Taco, when I look at Baylor as well, this is the team that we are expecting to really do great things, even though that, they have this new roster in tow, and they seem to be running with it thus far. The other end of the leaderboard as well, Indiana Tech just hovering below that top 4, and we're going to see more of them later today. But this is a team that when we look at Indiana Tech, Navanta, we are kind of curious as to where they're going to end up, because they've played all best of 5s and consistency is a question.
Yeah,
I don't know about that, man. Consistency? I want bam, bam, goals, explosions. Give me unpredictability any day of the week. I'm a chaos agent.
I mean, I'm a huge fan of getting a lot of chaos, and I don't think we really have to worry about that within Collegiate Rocket League. I think if anyone is new to the broadcast, you'll understand that there are power rankings, there's all these favorites. Of course, there's all these people confidently tweeting everything under the sun on social media about how good they are, but we never really do know. So that is where the league play stands as we start week 2, but of course, we do have our schedule for today. Chixa, looking at these matchups, obviously we have a bountiful feast ahead of us. Is there a singular game that stands out to you as one you're most eager to watch?
It's got to be the first one, Indiana Tech versus Baylor. Baylor, of course, the addition of Zanil, we've talked about with Andy and Hoxer, who was already such a dual threat in the last semester. I mean, that roster we're staring at as being possibly one of the top, if not the winner. And then Indiana Tech, who a lot of us started out this season putting a little bit lower on the leaderboard, have been kind of the upset kings, a little bit newer faces, newer names, younger names, I guess we could say, in that front. And I think we start off with a banger in that one.
I mean, it's always good to put your best foot forward sometimes on match scheduling. Luckily, though, we have narratives that we can talk about throughout a lot of this different scheduling that we do have. We have some availabilities week to week, but for the most part, I think we're really in a format where I don't think we're ever really going to get the boring, quote-unquote, matchups within the CRL match schedule, which is excellent to be able to hear, especially when we do go forward and talk about that match number 1 of Indiana Tech versus Baylor. Indiana Tech, obviously, in everyone's spotlight right now, getting a victory over Maryville in Game 5 last week on broadcast. But Baylor, no slouch either. So as we take a look at these rosters, I mean, Novanta, we see a lot of familiar faces, but also a lot that maybe the audience might need an intro to.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the transfers we talked about earlier in the show, but this roster makeup between Baylor is kind of like an extra chapter in their history. Have some bit of a changes, but a bit of swap of hot parts in there, but ultimately the team is stronger for it. Indiana Tech, if you didn't know much about them going in, you got a hard lesson from School of Hard Knocks last week, taking down that Maryville side. Bluey especially showed up and showed out last week on stream.
And especially to note that Indiana Tech, if people are wondering about their quality, both Reshiram and Velocity are playing in CRL, and then immediately afterwards in the evening playing in day 3 of RLCS for North America Open 4. So a lot of quality here as we filter through the player cams, and honestly, not as many nerves as I'd expect, Chixa, from a team that is technically a first-time CRL league play combatant.
I mean, it's hard to say nerves when we've mentioned they play in quals, they play in tournaments at this point all across the United States, even some European. Like, they just have so much experience beyond them, even at such a young age. Let's keep in mind now that the age continues to make us look older and older. Even though I consider myself not that old, I already feel aged out of Rocket League, and they continue to show up, you know, at the college level with experience, being calm, cool, and collected, having phenomenal support systems. I mean, let's talk about these colleges as they continue to grow their program, that we see now just the slew of support in the production value, in the coaching, in the venues and the esports and all the equipment they have to offer. It shows in just the quality we've gotten out of the players and what they're able to produce on the field because of that support ultimately.
Yeah, particularly when we are dealing with a program like Baylor. Adam Stanley, the director over at Baylor, former Baylor attendee, really, alumni of the university, has been tasked with putting together a program. And Seb, I think he did a really good job within his second semester. Zanil, Andy, and Hoxer is something that most program directors would drool over having.
Yeah, Zanil was obviously the big acquisition over the course of the previous semester, and even in the previous roster, we knew that this wasn't the final form of Baylor, right? That we knew that the third needed to be replaced, that Hoxer and Andy, as great as they were, couldn't be enough to carry them over that finish line. But you take a, former champion in Zanil, bring him on over, and then suddenly you have a very strong RLCS caliber roster on that pitch, and whether or not they're able to click, we had some doubts at the start, right? Because it didn't look like they were playing fantastically. They had Hawaii land, etc. But as they've continued to play together, they've gotten more comfortable. You see Andy laughing just on his camera over there. He's looking great with the magnificent hair. It's just so good. But it just continues to get stronger and stronger as this time goes along, and they are firmly a contender now.
Yes, and being a contender is great because we do need that in league play. Every single series is so close, and so therefore we have to get down to it. Indiana Tech and Baylor to start off week 2. Novanta, what is your prediction for how this one's going to go?
I like Indiana Tech. I think they may end up winning top 4 or being top 4 at the end of the season, but I also think that this series has to be Baylor's test to win. And I'm going to give the prediction over to Baylor. Stronger team on paper. Here's a team that historically was always in the conversation, but never over the hump. This may do it for them, but they have to go over a team that is so unpredictable to prove to anyone in that league right now they can hang with anybody. I'm going with Baylor here.
All right, Seb, are you of a similar mindset?
I am, because as much as I love Indiana Tech, and you know I love Indiana Tech, I rank them pretty well, but I am seeing too much inconsistency. They've played 3 full best of 5s thus far, have taken a loss to Akron Gold, which, to be fair, we're still figuring out where they place. They've won 2 best of 5s in that, and I just think that Baylor is too much for them. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I'm going Baylor on this one. They are looking too good to stop.
Well, we've seen Indiana Tech go through a lot of different tests and seemingly pass the ones that we maybe didn't expect them to and then not pass the other ones. I don't know if that's inconsistency or if that's just how CRL is. Chixa, how are you feeling about that?
You know, I do think Baylor is going to struggle with, again, the European play style that we've seen. Just NA teams tend to, or NA-based practice tend to struggle with. But with that being said, I do think Baylor is a force to be reckoned with. And although they will struggle today, I think they will come out on top, and we will be talking about them a lot this season moving forward.
Yes, and with that said, Baylor is the predicted favorite, and therefore I'm going to have to fulfill that destiny by also choosing Baylor as my prediction. Of course, that's exactly what Indiana Tech, I'm sure, was hoping for. They love being the underdogs, and they're sick of that title, so I am sure going forward, this desk sweep will not be able to be forgotten. I'm sure they will add us with screenshots aplenty if this series does go the other way, but it's hard to know. Devonta, as you know, like, just try to get that. You got to pose, as you see.
Yeah, to get the screenshot.
The worst thing is getting a candid post on socials and you're like half blinking, you're drooling out the side of your mouth.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
It is terrible.
I think they crave that
to
too
occur.
for social too. And I'm just expecting a bunch of hashtag tech yeahs like right afterwards. So
yes, the tech yeah hashtag is absolutely everywhere whenever they pull off a massive series victory. So I'm kind of anticipating that going forward. But of course, Indiana Tech has a massive task ahead of them, specifically because Baylor is a team built to dominate, but no one plays the dark horse quite like Indiana Tech. This semester, there are no free wins, but the entertainment is guaranteed. So crank up the volume. It's CRL Sunday.
the players have arrived. The stage is set and all expectations have flipped. Welcome everyone to CRL, where it's showing that anything can happen. My name is Chixa, my name is Seb. My goodness. Along with me is Chixa. Apologies, I stole your name for a moment. And we are ready for this best of 5.
Seb, you better not be stealing my thunder at this point. I did say this one was going to be such a banger, and I think it will be just that. Indiana Tech has proven to want to upset pretty much everybody. And as I mentioned, we have a team in Hoxer and Andy and Zanil that all have such NA-based, practice and availability and just all of the history in RLCS against a team that is, of course, European, that we have talked about so much more in coming into CRL and seeing these teams that are based out of Europe and having that impact in the collegiate scene. So it'll be an adjustment period for both of these teams as they figure things out. I'm sure they've seen each other before at the end of the day. It is pretty custom at this point. The top of CRL recognize each other and respect one another when we get in this league play.
And with that already underway, a minute gone by, I'm very excited for this match between Baylor and Indiana Tech, because to me, I see this as being really Indiana Tech's true test, whether or not they're going to be a top contender within this league play. This new format, or this extended or expanded format that we have, Andy is going to be able to put this off the back wall straight to Hoxer, and I think this will be a test for Baylor as well. Are they the true kind of top tier contender that we are expecting? This is very much a test for both these teams.
Yeah, certainly a shock to see, of course, Zanil move over to Baylor from the fall to spring semester. We saw a lot of movement and rosters, and for Zanil, this definitely has felt normal for him. It has felt comfortable. For Hoxer and Andy, they look like they all gel well, and we've seen just the chemistry of them so early on. Move forward, great pass from Hoxer down to Zanil. Velocity, the last second save, and for now, we see still zeros on the scoreboard.
Still 0. This is very much a feeler game. Both teams playing for a lot of midfield control. Velocity doesn't have the boost to make that one work. Blue's going to try and pre-jump this, but you see how far forward Baylor are playing that first man. Hawks is going to lock it down. Demo coming through. No boost coming out for Hawks, so despite the demo clearing things up.
I'm excited to count how many demos we've had. It's halfway point, and I think I've already seen 10 open net here. Torn for Andy, and Baylor strikes first.
Needed to as well. Good awareness from Andy to stick with it and being able to turn so quickly. I think a lot would have just gone for that boost instead, but it's very good awareness. So it will be Baylor opening things up at the halfway point of this game. Indiana Tech, they are very used to long battles at this point, so this is no shock to them. Resh is coming in, but can't get it done.
Clear here for Baylor. Andy on this one, first trying to work that back wall. Can't do much more than that. Zeniel on it as well. Pop up. Resh has velocity upfield. Does get the pass off, but no connection between the two. Bluey last back. Hawkser and Zeniel. Zeniel chasing, but demoed by velocity, and not much more out of that counterattack just yet. Granted, the touches from Baylor unconventional. Flip reset here for Hawkser. We get the notification as well now, of course, between it. And for now, Baylor's still holding on to that 1-goal lead, but getting tons of pressure in the back half of game 1.
Yeah, the pressure is clamping down. Hawks has to chase this one down and does. Will be able to get around velocity, no problem. Resh needs to get the 50. Hawks actually beats it, gets a hand for the third too. Resh is going to dive in to get this pass over to Bluey to keep it in the midfield. Great cut as well. Zeniel keeps it saved. Andy, try and shadow this. Bluey, straight down pass, but Resh calls off.
Not much boost left in the tank, but managing to pick up some Zeniel and open net to work with.
Oh my goodness, these demos.
The demos are just too much right now for Indiana Tech to handle. Again, I think we're easily in the territory of double digits in demos, if not more at this rate from Baylor.
And I mean, if Zeniel is able to play a very demo-heavy role, it's a little bit different than what he played on the likes of Northwood, where like he very much was a guy that helped create movements in midfield to be able to get the passes off. Creams definitely took that. Is incredibly close off the post. Creams was definitely the guy to, you know, be able to take that sort of space creation role and help his teammates really find that point in time and an opportunity. So it will be 50 seconds remaining. Indiana Tech still vying for that first goal.
And again, it's just been relentless pressure from Baylor. Great read by Zeniel on the ceiling bounce. Baylor extends their lead that much further. And impressively enough, Baylor have not gotten many opportunities in the form of shots in this one, but they have made every opportunity matter. 5 total shots, of course, 3 of them have gone in. Compared to the 9 opportunities that Indiana Tech has had, they have all pretty much been saved, if not off the mark, by Baylor. So really wonderful job by Baylor. They are making the most of each and every touch.
Yeah, they are making the most, and frankly, it's looking scary to watch. I mean, Indiana Tech, I don't often see them this far behind, or at least struggling to deal with this kind of pressure. So this one is essentially done and dusted, but Indiana Tech can take the time, really sort of calm down. It is their first match of the day, and they do have a long season ahead of them. Resh tries to force the issue. Velocity doesn't get too much on, tries to add some pressure as well, but the shot comes through and it is saved by Zeniel. So the last few seconds winding down. Our first match of the day. Some nice goals, but definitely a banger of an affair on the demo end of the pitch. So it will be Baylor taking game 1.
Yeah, and although the score shows to be a very dominant Baylor victory, and that I think it was, if a couple of shots had gone Indiana Tech's way, this could have been a very different scenario. I feel like the demos aren't enough. There was totally more than what we saw, but maybe not. 5 for the likes of Baylor. I think it was something like 8 or 9 for Indiana Tech, but Indiana Tech not able to get anything off of those demos that we witnessed out of them. Baylor just doing better so far with each opportunity they've been given.
And I'm kind of happy to see it too, because again, like I'll be the first to say, and I'm sure if Bass was on the show, he would remind me a lot that I wasn't the biggest fan of this Baylor squad when it kind of came together. I was a little bit doubtful. I was wondering, we see Hoxer, has a very big workload, of course, studying to be an engineer, which as a friend of a lot of engineers, that school workload can be quite crazy. So yes, and Chixie, you can speak to that as well. It's not easy, and so you really need to dedicate time to it, and that means a lot of time away from Rocket League. You're kind of relying on a lot of the chemistry to carry you forward.
Yeah, I do think that Hoxer has definitely one of the largest workloads, but did manage, of course, a professional career in Rocket League as well, before focusing on collegiate. So if anyone, he does know how to be more independent and manage his workload and life balance and all that. And Rocket League, especially in collegiate and in professional, does take up so much time. And realizing, making that practice schedule, adjusting, all of that nature is just something that comes with the job, and they have done well. And many players have done such a good job at balancing that all.
It's been a really interesting journey for this squad, and I only hope that it continues to grow from here. But just like that, we have Indiana Tech as well, looking to come back into this series. Resh trying to open things up, and you can even see Indiana Tech, they are also trying to take a page out of Baylor's books, trying to create space, trying to do everything they can to remove some of those last goal line defenders, but Baylor is just playing too tight.
Baylor has done well with their 50s. Making the most of boost up field. Hoxer has a blocker in Andy, but unfortunately Andy, I think, got in the way after that demo. Open it again, though. Indiana Tech not recovering when it comes to defensive rotations.
Unfortunately, it's just again, low speed. Very much just focus on opening things up for Indiana Tech, removing them from the equation, and Indiana Tech have not found that answer quite yet. They continue to try and deal with Baylor's pressure, but every single time they're faltering.
As well, I think Bluey may have been back on that play, but bumped as well. The situation for Andy, a difficult one. Rush up to it first. Velocity, pre-jump, but Hoxer there first, and nothing out of it for Indiana Tech just yet. No touch on the sidewall by anybody, and this 50 will still remain on the Baylor half until it's cleared. Zanil cherry pick the drop down red by Bluey, but Baylor thinking big on so many of these plays.
I love the confidence that's coming out from Baylor, though. Andy's going to carry this all the way. Velocity taking their time. Hoxer. Fight for the midfield again. Probably low scoring. Actually, Hoxer's going to stick with it, try and go for the goal. Resh finally sees it and cuts him off.
Quick turn here. Bluey on it first. Granted, no boost to work with, so the touch to the sidewall for Zanil. Uncontested for now. Over to Hoxer. Quick shot saved by Bluey off the corner. Resh contested, and this one floats midfield. Bluey a miss, but nobody expecting that from Baylor. They will respect the play for now as we still sit 1-0.
Yeah, no resources on the likes of Indiana Tech, which makes transitions quite difficult. They're kind of hoping that Baylor are going to play a little bit slow in the midfield. Hoxer just goes for the straight shot. Resh needs to follow up, but no one is there to follow up. They just give Sunil the possession, and now it's all awkward in the rotation. They're going to try and turn this around quickly. Resh is able to steal some boost, but immediately pulls off the ball. Velocity is able to put a shot on, but it goes wide, and the double commit comes through for Baylor, leaving Bluey put alone as Resh has to go for the rotate back. The last 2 minutes of gameplay, Indiana Tech, every time they find this possession, I feel they're just not being aggressive enough.
Yeah, it almost seems like they're overly cautious after game number 1, and they're trying to figure out the balance between getting counterattacks through and not overextending. For now, Baylor again in control, and over one blocked away by Velocity on the second attempt. Zanil, though, still with possession for Baylor. The 50'd out into midfield, and for now, it'll be Indiana Tech opportunity only for mere seconds.
Pinch from Andy, that will do it. No one in net to speak of, but I believe it was because the last defender, or at least on the rotate, was taken out of the board. Andy able to make this 2-0, and 90 seconds on the clock. some time for Indiana to work with, but it will be difficult, especially if you leave this open. Zanil's going to go for the shot. It's a great 50. Bluey, the possession is all over the place for Indiana Tech. They just can't keep it as much as they try.
Yeah, keep in mind, Indiana Tech has yet to score a singular goal in this series. They just haven't found the recipe to connect upfield, and for now it's been all Baylor on the pitch, controlling so much of possession and ability to counterattack upfield. Great contest here. Velocity does have boost on the turn. Not a great read though. Double commits. And that means that no follow-up can be found in the counterattack now for Baylor. Again, always so ready on the transition.
Indiana Tech still struggling to find that goal. It is doable though. Fresh is okay, a bit of a flub though, but Resh completely missed the ball as well, expecting the touch to come from Baylor. Andy with the shot on. Bluey gets there in time. Andy gonna go for another one, potentially. No boost to really speak of. Zanil's gonna go for it instead, able to get the angle. Zanil makes it 3-0.
Yeah, always so accurate behind his shots. Zanil just floats this one through. Again, Velocity goes front post, completely ignores backboard or back post defense. So they're both up, pressuring that ball. Two players in the same place, same time, means they're not covering that shot as well as they need to be. Little mistakes for Indiana Tech, changing how this game is going. A great opportunity by Bluey, and again, that one by the wayside. Baylor just on, the same page today, more so than that of Indiana Tech.
Andy will pinch it off. Zanil, no boost, but it's all the way in regardless. No one is there. No boost. No man on, just completely open. What a pass as well. 8 seconds, 4-0 lead. This one is done.
Seb, when we all predicted Baylor, of course, we were confident that Baylor would win. But did you believe that they'd win this convincingly between game to game?
Well, not for the first two, but Indiana Tech, again, they like the long game, and they will play for that long game. Baylor, take game 2.
Impressive victory, as we've mentioned, from Baylor. I mean, what else can we say other than they connected on so many levels, were able to be aggressive on the shot count. Of course, we see 13-3, a huge discrepancy, and that just came through in the amount of offensive pressure they were able to have this game. Indiana Tech, a couple of double commits, miscues on the defensive end of things, out of boost at times, challenging a little too late. The difference is very slight, and it shows how big it makes in that scoreline at the end of the day.
So, with Baylor firmly in the lead, I'm pretty sure they're having fun at this point with the way that they're playing. I mean, they're going for a lot of pre-jumps. They're going for a lot of really, aggressive first-man plays for passes, and or really know that Indiana Tech are kind of giving away possession. There's been way too many times where I'm seeing either no challenges on the ball, a lot of just possessions thrown away, and it's been really difficult for them to try and match the aggressiveness that's coming out of Baylor. But frankly, you need to be able to match them on a mental level as well. If you're not going to go and just get some touches on the ball, it's going to be given away as far as possession is concerned. And Baylor taking advantage every single time and looking confident doing it. So Baylor up 2-0. We'll look to wrap up this series here in quite the dominant fashion. It's game 3 now.
Or potentially the final game in this best of 5 if Baylor deems so. But I do want to see the fight out of this Indiana Tech team. The one that's been upsetting so many of these teams, are they just not on the same page today? Is Baylor truly that difficult of a team to get through? So many questions that I hope to be answered in this game. And will we see them score a single goal in this series? I've never seen a clean sweep when it comes to it, and we do indeed see one from Resh.
We do like some caster curses every now and then. That not all caster curses are bad. But in this case, Resh able to finally get Indiana Tech on the board. Their first lead after 2 full games. 4:30 left now. Resh with possession again, maybe able to make it 2. Gonna go from the ceiling, lets it go down, doesn't get a hand on it.
Hey, what would be the first game of the day to be a sweep? Come on now. I want to see the fight out of Indiana Tech, and of course starting with a goal is a great way to show that. Pop off, post down, Andy saved by Velocity, and still the touch cleared out. Zanil off the backboard, Reed, difficult, this one deflected away. Hawks are still waiting patiently, but what a 50 by Resh to clear the field. So close, but yet not enough for Baylor to answer.
Yeah, I can tell Resh was diving for that one, just, hoping for some brevity and be like, please, let this 50 land, we need a break. And so Oxer will get demoed. 40 left, and somehow Indiana Tech able to survive that onslaught, but not this one. Zanil, what a redirect to tie things up.
That bar down may have bounced out earlier, but this one most definitely not. Zanil, I mentioned earlier, such great accuracy across every season that we've seen him play, and this shot like no other, doing just that. Answer for Baylor. It's no wonder they've done so well in this series, but now a kickoff potentially. Indiana Tech looking good on it, but Hawks are able to deflect, take his time, send this one into an air dribble, looking for the flip, manages to find it, but a great deflection away by Velocity. Zanil, though, sees Andy on that sidewall, who'll go from the ceiling. A little bit of a flick here, and Hawkster can't cherry pick this one down. Baylor so creative offensively upfield.
So, Indiana Tech are now dealing with a confident Baylor that wants to put them away. Andy, that's Bluey putting a shot on, is able to land. Indiana Tech with signs of life here.
I feel like this is the first mistake we've really seen out of Baylor. Andy's touch actually ends up being on target and such of an own goal. Some panic sets in for Baylor. They double come in on that save, deflected and off the 50. Indiana Tech now has their lead back again. A little bit of crack showing. Each team in CRL, of course, not completely flawless, but so far Indiana Tech showing fight and Baylor doing just that as well. They have an opportunity here on the way down, but for now they'll have to retreat, and more pressure coming from Indiana Tech.
Velocity doesn't see Blue, is going to go for the solo instead, tries to get over one. Hawkster gets up in time, Resh is there, maybe looking for the double. Andy has to use all of his boost to be able to make this save, but a lot of the boost priority right now in Indiana Tech's hands. Resh able to put another one on. Indiana Tech looking like a new team, changed even in this game 3. 2:19 remaining. Baylor firmly behind.
You did say they like the long game, and for now they're trying to extend this series with every chance they have. Great opportunities for Resh, especially upfield. He has done well. Velocity banning a little bit of offensive pressure, but Andy fast to it, sends it the other way. This one dangerous on the side of Indiana Tech. Shot goes wide, clear out for them as well. Baylor back in control of this one, but Andy loses control. A little bit of bump for him, and Hawkster regains, goes up on the aerial, over one, and sinks it right under the bar. Baylor another answer.
Hawks are keeping Baylor close. They're fighting for this sweep. Bluey, this is just a poor read altogether. I think he tried to just get a bit of an early start on that challenge, and it all fell apart. But Indiana Tech are going to be looking for that insurance goal. They have earned this lead. Can they keep it? Little boost to speak of on the side of Indiana Tech, and now they have to worry about a Baylor who has the pressure. Bluey, despite the lack of boost, trying to keep it out. Resh for a decent 50. Bluey, this is still dangerous. Resh trying to get the redirect from the midfield, but doesn't get much. 90 seconds remaining.
Hawks are on the clear, but straight to Bluey. Tries to read this one. Not much boost in the tank for Zanil. Drop down to Resh. Shot on the outside. Tries to get the double tap. Reed and Zanil to block it for now. Andy clear out. Hawks are first to it, but Resh jumps this one back towards the other way. Deflection, transition, and Andy instead gets in front of it just in time. Much more in control of their touches, Indiana Tech, but let's not forget the counterattack. 50 won't be found. Bluey with the last second save. And for now, this one cleared by Indiana Tech upfield yet again. Almost an open net if that had been on target.
Indiana Tech, they're close. They're inching closer and closer to finally getting this win against Baylor, but it's only a single game win, and that will be a beat, and that will be an insurance goal for Indiana Tech.
With every time that ticks down under that minute mark, the pressure felt by Baylor, they overextend, nobody's back, so that net is open, and Velocity understands that, puts it on target, and gives them that extra goal they need for buffer. Still time though for Baylor. We see a double fake kickoff, so this one will go straight first to Baylor, but fortunately not the clear that they wanted or needed. So pressure will come from Indiana Tech first, who are just looking to buy time.
Pass over to Zanil. This is again just completely open net. Baylor have over-aggressed, and now Indiana have found the key. With that, they look like they are going to settle up this game. We will be continuing this series and going to a game 4.
Yeah, we love the fight out of Indiana Tech in this game in particular. They just had an early start, an early jump, scored within the first, I want to say, 30 seconds of the game. Hoxer finds one here. Never say never. 15 seconds left on the clock, and 2-goal difference isn't unheard of. So let's not count them out yet. I was gonna say this one's wrapped up, but Seb.
I have no idea what's going to happen for sure. The script is definitely not in my hands. With the last 10 seconds, the script does in fact say that Indiana Tech are going to win this game. As I perfectly planned that out with the last few seconds remaining, the script, the script doesn't lie.
Script no lie. For that, Indiana Tech. I'm just making sure the scoreline stays the same. And it does.
Yes, it will.
5-3, Indiana Tech. Certainly, a lot of things could have gone differently for both teams, but a couple of shots had bounced out. Indiana Tech, of course, could have managed to make that one a closer game. Baylor, for the likes of them, came back a little later. A couple of defensive miscues, but I really think this could have been anyone's game.
It really could have, I think, because the entire test was, okay, Indiana Tech is calling out Baylor's over-aggressiveness. They're calling them out in the midfield. They're able to get these clear lobs in, but also just really working for their own goals as well. I mean, you see here, they're just trying to outpace Baylor in rotation. And then finally, when Baylor starts to use some of their individual mechanics and starts to use their team play to really fight back against Indiana Tech, it's just a test of whether or not Indiana Tech has the defense to be able to keep them at bay. Can they hold Baylor back long enough to be able to keep their lead? And they did. So now that we go on to a game 4, you see there in the bottom left, 4-0, 4-0, and 5-3. Can Indiana Tech keep that range of separation between them that much closer, and maybe even a 1-goal game? As long as they force that game 5, it will be all on them. I hear the engines roaring. CRL ready to continue for game 4 between Indiana Tech and Baylor.
I really think it's important for Baylor, if they do end up going down again, to not panic as they didn't let easy goals go on in, because I think that game would have been very different if they didn't let 2 open nets at the end of that one really determine the fate of game 3. So hopefully we'll see adjustments from both sides. Indiana Tech scoring, always a good thing in terms of Rocket League. Baylor struggling, but showing their fight and their creativity. And this one, a silent first 30 seconds. Zanil will maintain control for Baylor. Lurking in midfield is the likes of Andy and Hoxer, but for now, Hoxer just buying time as this one gets cleared out.
I was gonna say that's rough 50, but Andy with a great touch forces all the way back Indiana Tech to keep the defense alive. Good 50s from Andy as well with no boost. Be able to challenge another one as well. The challenging game from Baylor seemingly improved. Already you can see Indiana Tech having to deal with that goal line defense and just really hope for some good touches.
Boost used all up. Hoxer on it first. Zanil acting as a blocker. The 50 for Hoxer doesn't go on through, but Zanil still trying to find it in midfield. Andy last back. Resh ends up finding the 50. Clear here again by Zanil and Bluey. So quickly, we're seeing 50s denying opportunities from the start. We're not seeing these plays get played out as far as we saw earlier, but what an aerial bump for Baylor.
Wow. A complete dismantling here. Hawks are even reacting after getting bumped off the wall. 1-0 here for Baylor, easily earned. Indiana Tech have to work from behind.
Like a heat-seeking missile. He locked onto his target and certainly bumped him in a way. Impressive start for Baylor. That's a way to give your team confidence early on. Zanil, what a pass, and Velocity still finds a piece of it. Hawks are not much boost in the tank. Quick turn just to clear it out, gets bumped away. This one floating. Velocity there first. Bluey on the ground, no boost in the tank, and Andy the clear. Resh has to get boost off the corner. Hawks will be there first in midfield. Andy, demo, manages to get this one center, and Zanil just there, not in time to find the shot. So another transition, this one for Indiana Tech, but what a read by Hawkster for the clear.
It just feels like Indiana Tech right now, they're over-eager to transition. You could see Velocity there was up about that midfield line for at least a few seconds, waiting for that eventual clear. But the problem being is that Baylor, they're not done on the offense. They're forcing Indiana Tech into that goal line defense, forcing them back with no boost. Bluey with the shot on. Andy off the post, straight to Oxford's hands. It will continue in favor of Indiana Tech, but immediately we'll be going back to the blue half.
Yeah, a big way to see that they are indeed a little over-eager in transitions is they're forgetting boost pad rotation, and often upfield with no boost in the tank at all. You have to be picking up those small pads, especially the big pads. We now know, the timers for those, so you can accurately get a better idea when to rotate, where to rotate, if you can see that they're about to spawn. So opportunities, of course, for both sides to just better maintain boost upfield for a better transition. But for now, this one cleared away again by Andy. Hawks are luckily just sitting there as it rolls to him, and for now, Baylor doing well, denying Indiana Tech as time dwindles on.
Andy, good bump. Is anyone going to be able to get there in time? That's so much time wasted. Resh is able to beat Zanil to it. 90 seconds remaining. Indiana Tech, you're in the hot seat, buddy. Can you make it in time? Resh with the awkward angle as well. Baylor on all fronts attacking Indiana Tech, suppressing them, making sure they have no room to operate.
Great understanding by Andy to contest to that quickly. He had someone on him for the demo. This one saved off the bar, and a clear out for Bluey. Andy sending it towards the backboard. Great control. Picks up that boost as well, but 50 to send it back to his backboard. Clear here for Zanil, but can't get the touch on transition. Hawks are taking time, has no boost, just has to fake this one. Andy straight towards the ceiling and down, but no follow-up by his teammates. So the contest comes late. Bluey a little bit deflected. Hawks are there, has control. Zanil on the sidewall. Does he have the angle on the shot? He does not. And with just under 40 seconds left, we have still a singular goal difference.
I saw the vision from Zanil, but it didn't work out. And like you mentioned, only a single goal separates Indiana Tech from tying this game and potentially continuing this series. 20 seconds with it. Andy putting a shot on. Andy having so many clutch saves for Baylor this game and being able to keep them alive with these last few seconds. That's a bad whiff. Indiana Tech have been kept in this corner, caged, wanting to break free, but Baylor says absolutely not. That last second will wind down. Baylor wraps this one up in 4.
A very different game 4 compared to the rest of the series as well. A tight one, and we saw just how minute mistakes could be to change the entirety of how a game would end up being. But overall, Baylor showing how well of a roster they have come together for being as their first semester as, a 3. And India have adjustments needed to make. They can be that spoiler roster. When they rise to the occasion and play out a good series, they can win against good opponents, but they started off a little too slow, didn't find their rhythm, and maybe a little too over-eager, as we've mentioned a bunch, to defeat the likes of Baylor.
We knew that this was going to be a difficult test for Indiana Tech, that Baylor just continued to be continue to prove themselves as being just one of the elite here that we have in CRL. And I just don't see too many teams that really can stop them. We're going to need to have Baylor really test themselves against what we see right now with some of the best teams in CRL, your Maryvilles, your St. Clairs, your Northwoods. Please play your matches. And when we get to see that, we'll be able to firmly really gauge as to where they're at. Because for me right now, they look like a top 3 team.
I really do think Baylor is a top 3 team. Truly, when they were on there, they were playing with such chemistry, with such creativity of field. You saw those aerial passes that were orchestrated from the get-go, and the first touch. They had solid demo game. I think they changed up their strategy throughout the game as well, showing how diverse their playbook really is at the end of the day.
Well, that was just our first game of the day. We have plenty more to come with some of the best players you can imagine. This is CRL. We'll be right back.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stayed If the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. 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 Talking about the universe while you're with him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off all this and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working. I know you mad and honestly you probably heard I wonder what I would say if you stayed. If the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. 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 Someone just like you.
You don't wanna see me with it. You don't wanna see me with it.
We're back with more CRL action. Novanta being joined by Andy of that Baylor squad, and well, what a dub it was. Andy, let me ask you this: how do you feel after today's W?
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling pretty good. You know, it's always nice to start 3-0 in league play for CRL. It's definitely a tough team, but we had a good game plan going into it, and it seems like they adjusted about halfway through, but we were able to make some adjustments ourselves so that we could take home the victory.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Indiana Tech kind of stunned the world last week, but their offense has been a bit unpredictable. How do you contain something that you really can't describe?
So a lot of times, with teams with such mechanical players as that is a lot of times, there's a few different approaches. Some of them you can kind of disrespect and go early, or a lot of times what we did for most of that series was we kind of just let them have some space, and we hit them on the counter a lot because they had a lot of weaknesses on that end where transitioning. So our main focus was not necessarily shutting down their offense, but finding ways to turn their offense into our offense. So it's kind of our game plan for that.
Oddly zen. I respect the zenness of that. There's been a lot of talk on the outside looking in about the addition to the Zanil to the squad and what that means for the dynamic of Baylor. What's been like inside a camp? How's training changed? How's the vibe changed, if at all?
It's great. We're all professionals. We've all been doing this a long time, and we've been around each other for years. So there's already a sense of familiarity. And Zanil and I were pretty good friends heading into Baylor. So we're already on a pretty good note on that end, and we've had a few lands to kind of get some experience together, bring the vibes up, do a little bit team bonding. But yeah, we're looking really good. We're enjoying being around each other, and it's fun to play with each other in CRL.
Real quick, I see the Baylor program is coming to the light of its own. What's it like? Baylor looks like you're investing to the program. Looks like you guys are running on all cylinders from over here. Share with us.
Yeah, it's great to represent such a big school, a Power 4 school. And it's really nice to represent this university. They stand for a lot of really good things, and it's really important for us as the first esports venture at Baylor to start off on the right foot and looking to secure a national championship and bring home a championship at Baylor.
Yeah, Andy, before I let you go, now's the time to sound off. Shout outs or say something to your haters. The floor is yours.
Shout out everyone who's ranking us like 6th. Don't necessarily think that's the way to go, but maybe next time we'll be ranked in the 1 or 2. But so shout out people who doubt us a little bit. Shout out my family. Shout out my parents for supporting. Shout out all of our fans. We're looking to go and be ready for us to take the number 1 spot.
Well, once again, congrats on the victory. Hopefully, many more in your future. Thanks for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Oh my goodness, the Champ League shade continues, but hey,
I am not complimenting that man's hair anymore.
Well deserved.
You know what, Andy? Your hair's too tall.
You take that back.
You take that
back. Sebastian. Kiss your brother with that mouth, insane. But when I really work through a lot of these things, we do have some power rankings, and we always kind of wonder from time to time, are the players paying attention to it? Yes, they are very much taking it personally if you are in the Baylor camp. An excellent victory going through the rest of this series. Chixa, and there was a little bit of fight back from Indiana Tech, but you heard it from Andy. They were feeling fully in control of that series.
Yeah, they did make good adjustments moving on forward. Again, we had mentioned at the end of the game, we were under the minute mark and they just overextended. Baylor felt the pressure, they let the pressure get to them, and then they calmed down and just were very thoughtful when it came to game number 4 on what touches they were making and making sure not to make any crucial mistakes. Hopefully, we'll see this Indiana Tech team continue to grow as we go across this semester, and we continue to see more dominance out of Baylor, that we can confidently rank them in that top 3 that we're really kind of moving across so far as we begin league play.
A lot of it is just that we haven't seen these teams play. A lot of it is even disrespect. It's just I don't know what the semester is going to hold. So I feel like with Andy, the disrespect that he feels is pretty clear, Seb. When we go through that in the interview, you can see him with a smile. It's I don't know what you guys are thinking, why we wouldn't be at the top. We've had some concerns about low hours, but maybe we don't have to worry about that with them.
For the record, I ranked them 4th. I think he still remembers when I ranked them very low, weeks ago. So yeah, listen, at the end of the day, this was a team that came together and was still somewhat unproven. And my logic is that it's really difficult to immediately put someone at the top without having without proving yourself first. And they, through this series, in my opinion, probably this was one of their better series played because it was clear they were challenged and they had a thought when they went in. I really liked how Andy broke it down because he was able to figure out how to dissect Indiana Tech, and it really looked like there was no challenge from them at all.
Yes, and there are truly levels to this esport at the collegiate level, and that's because we have so much talent to broadcast to everybody, which is what we're going to be able to see in our second match of the day coming up. We do have Concord returning to some mainstream action after a week 1 loss, and the first time we're getting to see new look Fisher. Novanta, walk me through these two lineups as we see them come to face the first time on broadcast for Fisher, and a lot to prove with these three foreign-born players.
Felt like last semester Concord was always in the mix, but they were threatening in those group stages or even that play as well. Fisher is a brand we love, very dealer, kind of one of the OG old dynasties in CRL. Had a couple semesters being out of that conversation, but now is trying to find a way to get themselves back in there. So you talk about a little bit of old, a little bit of new, a little bit of borrow, and some Fisher blue. You got the matchup here, right here for you.
And being able to kind of broadcast from the Fisher location, that's great to see. Justice obviously clearly locked in. A player that was previously kind of on the B stream, but I mean, Seb, when we look at this squad, honestly, it's Royales. He is constantly on social media talking up how good this team is. He feels almost disrespected, almost a la Baylor in terms of their ranking. But again, we haven't really been able to see it in broadcast. What are you kind of looking forward to within this upcoming match?
I mean, first off, I love how passionate Royales is about CRL, like, altogether. He's been in every single, DM. He's been in every single reply on Twitter. He's really been gassing up his team, and I like it because you just see a team that really feels like they've come together and that they know, like, this is their prime. Fisher have had multiple iterations now that Royales has been here for a bit, Justice has been here for a bit, that they've gone through and have struggled to really make it work with all the pieces together. Now it firmly feels, and we see this too, it's why we've been keeping an eye on them, that the pieces have finally come together and fit. It's just right now, I literally said this in the green room, it's like this is a ceiling check for them. It's like, how high can they go? We've seen what they can do a little bit in quals, we've seen what they can do in some of their matches, but what is the ceiling for them? And that's what we're waiting to find out.
Yes, Chixa, especially when it comes to Concord. I mean, these are our fall 2024 national champions, but it is not 2024. It's not 2025 anymore. It's been a little bit of a hiatus for them to be at the very top, and I wonder if that stings just a little bit.
Yeah, they have become very inconsistent kings when it comes down to it. They have
That's
struggled.
a great title, by the way.
they have, sometimes we're like, oh, Concord, best team ever, chemistry. They've been, it's crispy CMOS. What do you expect? And then they just fall flat on their face. I'm sorry, Concord. They've done it, and then they come back, and then they're just beating everybody. They're 3-3 when it comes to game differential. They lost in a sweep to Cumberland, but they also swept Ball State. It's like, what Concord are you going to get at the end of the day? I know they are quite good when it comes down to it. If they are really they will be quite good on the field. It's just, what Concord are we going to get on the day? I know they've switched up, coaching a little bit how the programs run, how they're feeling. So we'll see if that does make an impact. On the other end of things, I didn't get to talk about Fisher too much, but only losing so far in a Game 5 to Baylor, who of course we just saw at the top end of things. As we mentioned, it's a ceiling check for Fisher. If they're only losing to Baylor, then are they at the top potentially with them?
Well, I mean, if you're asking about that rhetorically, the Chixa, I'm going to have to run it right back to you and ask, who do you see coming out on top here, Concord or Fisher?
I'm just going off of consistency right now and what we've seen at the beginning of the season, and Fisher right now just looks to be the better team on paper. They've done better so far this season. I haven't seen Concord yet at their best, but of course, if they're able to take down Fisher, we can reevaluate them following this series.
Okay, and so we have our first vote for Fisher. Novanta, are you feeling similarly?
Chick says 100% right, but I disagree. I'm going with Concord, man. And the reason is I love the chemistry of these three. I understand they're not champs. I understand they have to find a way to prove themselves again. But you talk about a team that knows where their teammate is, especially in the upper third, you could do a lot worse than Concord.
All right, and Sebastian, how is it going to go? How are you going to break this tie?
I I'm a little, you know, I'm struggling to place Concord. I think we've all been struggling to place Concord because we know the ceiling for this team. We know that there are circumstances as to why they're kind of performing poorly. And unfortunately, I can't just rate them on legacy anymore, right? We've seen their peak, but the peak is just there. It's in the past. It's now we just have potential to speak of. And I want to see them perform better because we know that they can, and they're being held back by circumstances. But I have to give the flowers to Fisher. They have been playing better. They look better. They continuously are improving and showing us why they look so good. I'm sorry, guys. It's Fisher for me.
Well, in order to make this a bit more interesting, I was going to go Concord because they are my power ranking team, but I feel like Royales has really been in our ears lately and saying, hey, you keep sleeping on us, so I'm going to try and wake up, as it were. I will go with Fisher for this one, although I was laboring over this one. I feel like they're so close in so many people's power rankings, and yes, we did see a little Concord. If they lost St. Clair, it's one thing, but a lot of people lose to St. Clair, especially in the past couple semesters.
Yeah, they do.
I don't really know if that really is something to really penalize them on. I do know that, yes, as Navant has alluded to, they're built to win, Concord. They are, in fact, the most winningest esport at their college across their entire community. So I think that level of pedigree is something to definitely smile at. And, of course, Fisher is always competitive, but I don't know if we've seen a team like this in quite some time. So, therefore, going forward into this, I don't really know who's going to come out on top, but I know both these teams are coming in extra confident because these two teams have so much to prove. Fisher believes that they actually belong at the top of the table, but one of the most decorated programs in the CRL nation, his history stands in their way. Week 2 keeps going. Let's rumble.
This season
has
no, thank you. This season has no mercy, and Concord has been feeling that firsthand, especially as Fisher want to prove that they are the real deal. My name is actually Seb this time, and along with me is Navanta. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, you know what? I'm just watching the fact that we are not on the desk doing the whole sweep thing. It's a little bit interesting perspective. You know, this is kind of a proving ground for both teams at 30,000 feet.
This very much is, and we're seeing Fisher just how much they need to prove themselves, along with Concord. I mean, every single match of this week has been, proven to be a proving ground for every single team. Every single team has particular matchups that they need to overcome so that they can define their place within this league play. And Fisher, I'm excited to see because we haven't really seen them at the top in CRL in a long time.
Yeah, I remember the days where Fisher was almost inevitable, like teams like Northwood, right? And it was kind of like, oh, Fisher's going to be there. In fact, that's the first time I even heard the college existence of a team because that program was so strong. But you're absolutely right. Every semester is different. Every season, a new chance to dominate.
And with Helix opening things up, hopefully it's the confidence that Concord can need. Crispy, great pass off the ceiling. Ivan just struggles to get the read. Helix rocking the CRL Fall 2024 champion tag, wanting to get back to that form, not only individually, but as a team.
Yeah, the thing about a team dynamic is it's so hard, especially when frustration sets in, to keep that locked in. A lot of times teams want to be heroes, individuals go out, they kind of break rotation, and then all of a sudden you got to make sure that you have to win together as a team or else you lose as a team as well.
So Concord opening things up with this early goal. Perhaps see Royales or not, just struggles to put it on. That's gonna be Royales chasing it down. Royales, definitely the spearhead of this new Fisher. He's one of the most publicly online, one of the most, skilled in the server, obviously. And it's really cool to see just a player who is so passionate about CRL and wanting to see his team do well.
Yeah, absolutely. You can put the time in there on the pitch. You could be the face of a franchise, the face of a movement, but ultimately you have to win as well. But if everyone can come out and see you, if you have that kind of charismatic kind of flow to it, and you really have a following behind you, why not leverage that while you try to grow the game?
Morales, have to back him up. Gonna go for the solo play over Helix. Gets the second touch. Justice comes in, but it will be blocked away. Moss carry it all of the way down the pitch. Helix following up. Crispy taking a very passive third man approach, just waiting for this challenge from Ivan. Justice, it's going to be a great pass over to him. Able to slide it through. Justice makes it 1-all.
Okay, so you have the goal there. Props to Fisher for trying to make it level and making it level. But I got to give props to the composure. On the other side of the pitch, seeing almost 2 cars coming at you, 1v2, being able to dispossess, distribute, and bring it back as quickly as possible. That's the foundation of an efficient offensive attack.
So, with a tied scoreline all the way through, this is Rayales. Justice chases this one down. Helix needs to dive in for it, and he does. Half a game remaining. Ivan trying to stay with it. Crispy, Justice tracking it down, trying to get the read, but Crispy bumps him out of the way. You can see Rayales gets a whiff there, but Helix going to keep that possession going, tries to steal some boost and does. Samas off the corner. Crispy's going to dive for it, but it's a bit too wide for him to handle.
Yeah, it was a heavy touch coming off the wall. I think that would have been set up to be one of the goals or of the night had it was able to be caught. But sometimes you're so ahead of the play, you kind of overrun it, and that's what happened there.
Rayales going to take that back left boost. Goes for the rotate, gives the possession away. Rayales doesn't get the touch off the wall. Justice will come in instead. Bit of a back and forth right now in the midfield. No one wanting to commit to a single offensive possession. Helix, if you can get over this defender, Rayales just baits out the challenge and nothing will come of it. Samas gets bumped. Actually, this could be dangerous, especially with the 50 coming through. Helix has to dive in, and he does.
Coming at the last gasp moment. A lot of times you see teams kind of double back and give them some space to say, I'm going to try to get it down later. But there should be something of a bit of a props for sticking with the play, even though you're coming from underneath. Understanding that you can have a chance to regain possession.
Rayales. Justice. Helix gets one. Samas, that's a really bad touch. Crispy able to dive up in time before Ivan's able to put a shot on. Rayales. For the pass over. Justice just can't get there in time. Crispy able to knock it away before anything dangerous comes about. With the midfield being fought over in the last minute on the clock, this can be anyone's game.
Anyone game it is. Concord really had that first goal silo, some confidence built in, but I think a lot of it got squandered with their positioning. And Fisher, even though they do seem like the stronger team on the field right now, haven't found a way to link up to that second goal, and that one's hit across the bow. And this one here could be anyone's game.
Really could be. Helix trying to solo and will be blocked away, just as Samas. Rayales. Crispy shadowing, waiting for that early challenge. Helix needs to get off as well, and now you have a double commit in the corner. Rayales is going to be able to take care of that. Helix in such an awkward spot, but able to make do. Let's see Rayales tracking this one down. Finally, the offensive pressure starting to cook. Crispy able to get it on. Helix looking for the second touch. Can he be the hero? It will be blocked away. The last few seconds winding down, and with it, it will be a game one overtime, so long as it touches the ground, and it does.
Yeah, I'm all about that bend, don't break defense, but that was a gut check moment for Fisher. Everyone was forward to snuff that out. Those are opportunities that some other squads would have made you pay with a punishment goal. Thankfully, they have a bit of respite here in that overtime period.
Pinch, Justice turns on it. Rayales, Ron's going to a turn as well. Crispy, looking for the solo. No one will be there to support. Rayales will get a 50. Samas tracking it down. That's a very heavy hit, which will go over the defender's head. Justice just baits. Leaves it for Samas. Will be going for the transition. Rayales, solo. Waiting for a challenge, but such passive play out of Concord, but able to hold it back.
This one here is kind of tight. 45 seconds elapsed in the overtime period, and we don't really think anyone seems that they have any urgency to break that deadlock. It's almost like they're like hanging out with each other, you know, after a long day of class, saying, "What's up, bro? What's going on?"
I think at this point they're just kind of enjoying this game. Just, all right, let's just, it's your turn. Oh, it's my turn. Okay, it's your turn. But who's actually going to score here? Vaughn. To try and just keep that offensive pressure going. Rayales, with a great touch, actually. Never mind, shut my mouth. Crispy looking to get the defensive touch in. A good amount of boost over onto the Fisher side to actually handle some of the defense. Helix puts it low, but no one willing to commit. Everyone is just kind of playing this a bit passive at the moment.
felt that Fisher had a golden opportunity because you had a feeling that Concord just loves hanging out those corners. Ivan was on the other side, thought it was going to be for a putback goal across the width of the pitch, but going back for Boots kind of missed that happen. Sometimes you have to wonder whether or not Fisher is taking opportunities away from themselves at this point.
Felix. Carry it all the way. Crispy trying to create some room as well. Samas is last man back. Have to be careful. Crispy able to steal some boost. He's going to go from the ceiling. A decent 50. Crispy's going to go up. He's going to play it slow. Yvonne with a decent challenge. Justice is going to have to come in for the save. Samas still puts it on. Tries to find Helix. Dangerous situation here for the likes of Fisher. Samas. The Crispy. Helix able to do a decent job at mitigating some of this pressure. Yvonne looking to end it all. Helix able to take a demo as well. Fisher look to be in the driver's seat if he can get around a defender. Royales doesn't.
Yeah, for some reason, it felt like both teams are in this Game 7 form, just like dragged out. All the haymakers have been landed. Oh, what do you do next? What a save up the line by Crispy. But it's only the first game of the best of 5. I'm not sure what's going on. If it's a fatigue factor or the fact everyone has each other's playbooks, but it seems everything has an answer for it.
It just feels like both teams are prepped for a really strong transition strat where they're playing more towards the counterattack than they are just trying to create opportunities. And when both teams are doing that, it just creates a lot of long ball scenarios. Helix is going to go up for this. Justice will knock it away. Samas likes the mid, but doesn't take this dangle. He's going to carry it all the way back. Yvonne doesn't get a touch, but I think Samas got bumped out of the way for that one, so he will be able to keep it in play. And we again continue to fight in the midfield.
That was a heads-up move by Concord there, making sure that, hey, look, I got beat on the ball and skill. I'm going to take you out the play anyway by grabbing the last fender to make sure an opportunity that was pretty much evaporated. Still 1-1, 3.5 minutes elapsed here, and both teams have tried the corner game, they tried the passing game, and now they're going completely aerial.
Moss was looking for the solo. Almost 4 minutes gone by in this game 1 of the best of 5. Yvonne just tries to shake things up, make some room. Samas looking for a decent touch or a decent pass over. Crispy is going to have to immediately go for it off the spawn. Helix dives in despite the fact there's almost no boost to speak of on anyone. Crispy collects the corner in time, but Fisher just continue hammering away at this Concord wall until something eventually cracks.
Not really sure that's a smart way to do that. So with the pressure put back on the line, and that one slotted in by Helix. Wow.
And Crispy was able to create this space, getting the bump on Justice. Morales just had no idea where to read because the pass came through. Helix able to put it in perfectly off of the rebound. Concord take game 1.
Okay, so this one here has a lot of questions, and most likely why? Why did it take so long? Why were some of the decision makings always in the corners? Why didn't Fisher attack more aggressively earlier when they had the chance? But maybe those are questions I'll have game 2 answered. That said though, Concord gets game 1 in this scoring tally.
So Concord with the first game, really well played though, but I'm not gonna lie, this is a game where it felt very much like both teams were trying to feel each other out, and no one was really committing too hard. You could see some bump plays eventually coming from Yvonne, you could see some bump plays coming from the Fisher side, but it just didn't really manifest until eventually Concord was able to do it themselves. They're like, fine, you know what, you don't want to bump us, you're not able to get your bumps, we're just gonna do it ourselves. Crispy just eliminates the defender from the net and able to finally break that overtime. So Concord, I wouldn't say playing fantastic. They're playing defensive. Same with the likes of Fisher, both struggling to make full commits onto plays, but it's good enough is what I can say.
Yeah, you know, you're right, and that's what's so sad, Seb, because I am over the game 1 feeling out thing. Best of 5 on stream, every team has something to prove. You gotta play your game as soon as possible. And how many times have we seen a team who has a certain kind of flavor of Rocket League wait and try to anticipate what their opponent's going to do, only to end up with pie in their face? Forget that. Full tilt, go forward.
You know, it really is a shame that we're not doing this on March 14th when it was actually Pie Day.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned pies. Samas peak! Oh, can't get the angle. Almost done, but what a great start to this game 2. Now all I'm thinking about is pies. I had a bunch of pizza yesterday for Pie Day. It was great.
I don't believe you eat carbs at all.
I do, actually. I had like 5 slices of pizza. It was, this really nice shop in Toronto. Anyway, yeah, pie day. Go have pies. It's great. Oh, Realis! Oh, can't get the angle, but so close.
So we're seeing a little bit of a change of both teams' makeup here when it comes to front of goal. What we saw in the last game was kind of coming out to the end of the corners and trying to slide in, but we're seeing a lot more angles right in front of goal, and just like that, opens up the scoring a way earlier. Concord, #1.
Completely caught off guard in transition. You could tell, especially Crispy, again, coming in as the man to create a space, and this time taking 2 players out of position. So, already an opening here for Concord. Playing, much more aggressive and a lot cleaner this time around. It feels like, okay, we know what got us through in this overtime. We know what we need to do. Now we're just going to commit to it.
I think committing is the perfect word there, because a lot of times it's really mistakes are being punished, right? Fisher had, 2.5 cars in net in different stages of disarray and distress, and so being able to slot a goal in there when everyone's upside down is how it's done. You don't get too many opportunities like that, and when you do that and you do capitalize, that's the kind of thing that breaks a team from the mental side, which is super important in Rocket League as well.
This is a great catch from Samas. Doesn't get the angle, though. Fantastic way to open things up in the midfield. Crispy looking to keep it going. Samas doesn't come in time to be able to steal Fisher's boost. Helix for the solo, or at least to get around the defender. Samas keep possession alive. Crispy goes back for the boost. He's going to be able to keep it in play as long as Concord recovers some of their resources. Just as no, we need to get this out of this orange half as soon as possible.
I wasn't sure if that was going to be a normal rotation from CMOS, but it kind of opens up Concord, and they had a stay of execution there because, frankly, that goal was in dead to right.
Helix potentially getting the read. Helix, you're insane!
The rich get richer, fumbling and bubbling in front of their net, taking an opportunity all the way to the house. Not sure if it's luck, happenstance, or a straight-up skill. It's now 2-0.
Nice rhyme. We appreciate rhymes here on the CRL broadcast, but that was a nutty goal from Helix, especially to be able to quickly get the waterfall read immediately. Now, it's a 2v1. Royales, can he get the flick over Helix? He does! Royales pays Helix back in kind.
Hey, you know what? We're talking about the mental state of teams. One way to get your confidence back, and this goes for any level of Rocket League, is to go over your opponent 1v1 style and says, watch this. Steph Curry does it, and you can do it too.
Yes, you can, but it might take a lot of hours in Rocket League to be able to do that. Yvonne, it's over 1. Good bump as well. Realis tries to get the angle, but I think just was a little bit too early, plus the angle of attack from Yvonne. It's passed. Work out too well. Crispy with solo tries to get around Realis, but it will be back in his favor. Fisher wanting to let this one go. Going down 2-0 to Concord, situation you never want to be in considering the former champions and the caliber of team you're playing.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you have a situation where you have an opportunity. You got the 1 goal back if you're Fisher, that you try to do that again and replicate that and see if your opponent has an answer, or you go for the kind of switch it up, make sure your opponent is off balance strategy. That's kind of what Fisher is right now. They're kind of figuring that out. But the thing is, the window between your goals, that second goal has to come quickly. So the longer it goes on, the more you keep Concord in this game.
Challenge, Crispy. Get over Realis. Skip 50 though from Realis. Be able to get the waveland as well to keep the speed up. Justice gets 1. And now, is this the first broadcast that we have the new flip reset indicators?
I do believe so. I mean, we had it last week, but I don't think we had many opportunities to see it.
Yeah. So there it is.
Back to you in the booth, y'all.
If anyone in chat was curious, there is the flip reset indicators as used by some of our professionals here. Samas able to wrap this one up. Concord looking fresh with life.
So this one here was deflected in quite a way that I think a team would have probably just circled back and said we tried. But Simas there saw a crime of opportunity and capitalized on the other side of that post. No one was around. Free shot. What is going on?
sometimes we like to have fun in CRL. You know, as
What was that?
listen, the European players always just bring some special sauce to their kickoffs. I don't know why, but it's probably why they're best in the world. Justice with a great aerial demo. No one is attacking this. Samas just stared at this ball going by him like someone was delivering a paper to his front door.
Yeah, a little bit of aggression in front of the net there, and the ball just popped up on a tee. I think even if you don't really have a plan for a shot, put the full cart forward and try to hammer it in, and hammer it in, Ivan does.
So this one has still become ever closer. Realis gets demoed for his efforts. Finally, Samas has decided to get a bit aggressive with it. Concord, though, just barely managing to hold this lead. Ivan tries to take out some defenders, but it's a little bit too late to do so. Crispy still in the mix. Ivan, the last 20 seconds, goes to the back pass straight to Realis, and it will work out in Concord's favor.
Race against time here. Do you park the bus or go for the dagger? And I would totally be on that team parking the bus because overcommitting is a bad mistake to do. Last grass chance for Fisher here. 5 seconds left. Let's see what they do.
There's so many opportunities here for Fisher. If they can get a single touch, that's a good bounce. Realis, a lot of boost in the tank, is going to go for one flip reset. Try to go underneath the catch of on. It's so close off the wall. Great defensive play by Crispy to keep Concord in it.
Oh my goodness, if you were a Concord supporter, you're probably wiping the sweat off of your brow because that was hairy for quite a second. But hey, look, the record stands, the score stands. It's 2-0 for Concord.
Still, Fisher able to keep it so close. I mean, there's two things that are shocking about this. One, I just think that I thought Fisher would be taking a game, and sure, it's not done yet, but I really thought at this point we would have seen Fisher take a game, but Concord are playing well. I mean, their Helix is activated, clearly, wanted to bring back his fall championship form, but then also you look at how Concord are playing is they're not overextending, they're not, except for that goal, they're not making too many flubs, at least they're mitigating him to a point where Fisher is just forced to, you know, make more mistakes and keeping that wall alive so that Fisher has to work hard and you can focus on these counterattacks.
Concord Scholar play is kind of conservative, cynical, if you really want to put a name on it. But sometimes you will wonder about whether or not going so slow will cause you to be beat on dispossession because your opponent will be a lot faster than you. But Concord has found a way to make their lack of speed, second game in particular, almost like quicksand, rendering Fisher's offensive speed pretty much neutralized. So if you're Fisher now, what you have to do is decide if you want to go to the skies or stay on the ground to activate the width of the pitch, pass diagonal to really put Concord on that back heel.
So, game 3, Concord on the verge of sweeping. Can they do it against a Fisher that is incredibly hyped? A lot of us believe in their success, but is this their ceiling? That is the question that has been pervading throughout the course of this series and will be throughout the course of their league play. Crispy, Realis gets the squishy save to keep this one out, but Fisher just needs to take a game.
Yeah, you can't say any more blunt than that, right? We talked about the high hopes of this new look Fisher, and even though I predicted Concord to win this one, it really wasn't an attack against Fisher. It really understands that they have to put everything together, and well, maybe it's cast their blessing because as soon as I say that, they score.
Yvonne able to put this one through, but this was all on a 1-2 piece from Justice. Great reactions as well from Yvonne because he had very little time to actually be able to aim this one as it went straight to his car. So Fisher finally able to open one up, able to actually put some pressure onto Concord to succeed. Crispy with the second touch off the midfield wall. 4 minutes on the clock, and will be Concord. Do they want the sweep or not?
Well, going back to that goal that Fisher scored, and even though it was kind of quick on the draw, it really was going back to the philosophy of understanding that you have your teammates with you, running against you. It was a diagonal inbound pass right in front of the net, caught Concord off guard because they are doing what they can to be a tank in front of their net. That speed and then that creativity to distribute the ball right in front of the net made it easy for them. Fisher needs to triple down on that strategy.
Fisher was trying to stall a little bit so they could get some boost back in the tank, get some resources, but they might be paying for it now. At the moment, Concord taking all the space. Helix trying to get the solo read. Crispy goes in, but thinks better of it. Flick this one up. Helix, Realis off the midfield wall, but you can see Concord, they're so ready to pounce. Look at the positioning now. If this can go on through, Justice able to call at the open net. The overcommit from Concord in the right midfield wall just punished them dearly.
Yeah, left the entire back third wide open, almost to the point where it's like, Fisher, please shoot quicker than we were going to. It might have a hole that's closed up, but it wasn't. There was no one there for miles upon miles, and now a score is double.
Minutes remaining. Now, Fisher with a concerted, better look in this game. Even though we've still seen some mistakes come out, we've seen some double commits in the defensive end, but it's just at the moment, it seems to have been Concord. They haven't been able to find the openings that they wanted. They haven't been able to take advantage of the low boost scenarios that Fisher have been finding themselves in, and they're overcommitting at times. I think they're maybe resting on their laurels a little bit in how well they're doing.
Yeah, resting on your laurels is something that we always try to avoid as players, but it does happen a lot more naturally than we give ourselves credit for, as that one is knocked across the line. You have a strategy that works, you have the game in hand, and you say, look, I don't want to overshot it. That's a shot far down, and that one's knocked away. I was going to say, you don't want to, that whole idea of hanging about and chilling out, it happens for natural reasons. You go, I don't want to overcommit, I don't want to make too many mistakes, and what ends up happening is you chill out, you slow down, and yes, it does feel like you don't have as much urgency as you did the game before.
Scan one flip, but not able to do much. Morales just buying some time for Fisher. Able to really pounce on this counterattack. Crispy with not with the best touch at all. Yvonne is able to put this one on, but it's going to be blocked away by Helix. Morales gets through one defender. Yvonne just wants to call off, not go for any bumps as well, but Justice is going to get demoed. Samas headhunting Morales. Pass back to Yvonne, who's going to be able to go for the solo. No boost in the tank, so it's just going to be given straight back to Concord with 90 seconds remaining. Fisher looked to be in the driver's seat.
If Concord had any slice of just going full-on bad bedlam Rocket League, now will be the time, only because nobody's expecting it. You're down by 2 goals, but you have the 2-game series advantage. You really have nothing to lose here. Worst case scenario, you drop the game. So if you want to try new things, this is the laboratory period. Put everything forward.
That's kind of the benefit that we've seen with league play through the course of our weeks so far, is you get to see teams both improve and fall based off the matches that they're playing in. And also the stakes of individual matches are somewhat lower compared to the previous system that we had, where we were focused on brackets and every single match could have made or break your entire season. Realis pass over to Yvonne. Beautifully done for this 3-0.
I wasn't sure if it's going to be a solo effort, but having your teammate there
like
to ensure it goes in is definitely worth its weight in gold. It was easy peasy and fresh and squeezy. Right side, no one there to mark Yvonne, and that was quick work.
Yeah, I realized that, funny enough, my brother's name is Ivan, so that's why I was calling Ivan before, but, or excuse me, Yvonne Ivan before, but it's a little personal lore from me on that one.
All right, so Seth likes
Ivan.
carbs, has a brother, okay.
Okay, I like pizza, not carbs. Relax, okay? 20 seconds remaining. This one is essentially done, and Fisher, a real change to form. But just like the previous series, can they keep it up? But Crispy wants to take some momentum into the next game, just calling him out.
I think that goal was super important. The game is already done, but it's really solid for a team to say we're still in the fight. We still see openings. That just tells your opponent, I still track you. I'll see you next game.
I mean, when I'm looking at how Concord are playing, they are very clearly ready. They're very prepared. I think they just needed a nice shake-up to the mental, just to change how they're playing. So Fisher will take their first game in this series, and with it, actually making it a series, playing to their skill set. I'm very excited for this game 4. I think it's going to be a barn burner.
Yeah, and it's, I think a lot of this Fisher strategy going forward is meeting Concord, not necessarily at their offensive level, but more the defensive level. Yvonne, finding spaces where there was no markings worked out, especially with that last goal, that third goal, but you were seeing that all game. It seems like it was a ghost for anyone that Concord side to shut that space down. In fact, if you're Concord now, that may be the key of getting that go-ahead game. Fisher understood what was their stakes, understood the pressure they're giving themselves, and responded in kind.
So Fisher able to take their first game, but still all games relatively low scoring affairs. Concord only taking game 1 and 2 by 1. We go to a 3-1. So game 4, it will be on Concord to just mitigate some of the mistakes that they've been making and just really lock in the defensive end as they had previously. Remember that what really kind of broke this game was that like essentially triple commit in the midfield that allowed the possession to go completely in Fisher's favor. So as we get to Neo Tokyo and this game 4 starts to get prepared, are we going to see a repeat of the previous series, Devonta?
You can't. I understand having the high defensive line and saying you can't get past our mark, but it's not going to work this deep into a best of 5 series. You got to be more offensive forward. Even if it costs you to concede some goals, the goals you do get in kind will be definitely more in your favor.
On. Long shot on. Crispy able to make the save. Realis pass over to Yvonne. Flip reset who tries to get the touch off the corner. Justice has to turn for this one so quick, but now you see the aggressiveness come out. Crispy taking every single speed advantage that he can get to be able to go for these challenges despite no boost on the table for him. Samas trying to keep this in the midfield. Justice will collect. Crispy and Samas both fighting for it in the midfield as Helix plays third man.
Okay, I understand. I've been lamenting speed. I wanted more speed from Concord, but you also got to be accurate too. You can't go that fast and miss balls when you need to be. You got to be able to be effective. That's number one case. And of course, are you talking about Rocket League cars or cars IRL? Never pilot a vehicle faster you can control.
Well, unless you want to have fun.
Facts.
So, I definitely don't say that with experience. But Crispy gonna try and bait out Yvonne's challenge. Realis, both Justice and Ross having to retreat back. Crispy going for the solo, doesn't get the nice flick over it. Helix just tracking in the midfield, waiting for the challenge on Justice. Samas goes way too deep in, I think whiffed the demo completely, so Crispy is gonna have to be very good in how he challenges this one, and a great bout works for Concord's favor as Helix sends it downfield.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what is going through the mind, especially of Crispy, right? You do all the hard work, you beat the defenders, and you go right in front of the Fisher net and go, now what, guys? You know, it's almost like that episode of the Roadrunner cartoons where he caught the Roadrunner. Probably an old school reference. Anyway, point what I'm saying is...
you're aging yourself very much right now.
Hey, the Space Jam was a classic. Anyway, the idea about...
Roadrunner was in Space Jam for like 5 seconds.
Distribution is important. My point there, Seb. You gotta make sure that you have your teammates around so you can really put the pressure off you to score when you get that far.
It's gonna go all the way across. Samas, no challenge. Samas just completely missed this one. Difficult read, no boost, and Yvonne completely takes advantage.
All the alley-oop to the south, that's street ball code, and I love it, right? Being able to create your own goals when you don't need a teammate is what you do. It's still the same. You put your opponent off balance, and they'll see where the ball is going, and when they track the ball, it's too late.
Now, Concord gonna have to work from behind. Fisher taking advantage again. A defensive error just forces Fisher's hand. That's a great flick over one. Samas will catch. Samas. Not much. Vaughn gets the bump over one. Crispy needs to dive for this and be able to actually make the save. Crispy does, and he's able to play it patient, not overextend. Realis gets the flick over a one. Excuse me, the touch off the back wall. Samas puts it up high. Realis, no boost to speak of, but at least it keeps the ball moving forward for Fisher. That's a great 50 off the crossbar and out.
Crossbars go into business for themselves, and I was wondering what the strategy was for having Crispy or Samas. It kind of flips over, just staying in net. That's always a bad sign, at least from my perspective, but what we're seeing here is kind of a slowing down the pace of the game. Not a bad tactic unto itself, but it's what you do with the slower pace is what matters. It is getting down to the witching hour here. The last thing you want to do is have Fisher force a game 5.
Samas. For the Helix. Trying to do the best with the possession, but it's so difficult right now because Fisher are swarming and they're waiting for any mistake that's coming through. Samas able to get the flick over one. Realis gets the read. Helix, good amount of tank in, or boost, excuse me, in the tank. Yvonne, the same, but not the great angle of attack at the moment. It's just, again, another defensive error that forces the double commit from Helix. This is such a dangerous spot. Another double commit from the Concord side. And the last minute comes through, and it is still in Fisher's favor.
Yeah, we talk about creativity a lot on this channel, and ultimately that's a favor of time, right? How do you use time to your advantage or use it to your opponent's disadvantage? We saw that run from Christie right in front of net, and Royales was tracking that from the start. And instead of doing a shutter step or trying to do a quick shot, did a shot that was pretty much on pace with the speed, and that was easily read. If you're a Concord, you do all that work to score. You don't do all that work to make your opponent look like a hero as they smack it away off to the streets of Neo Tokyo.
Yvonne doesn't get the second touch off the wall, which would have been great, but he was able to stall enough so Fisher could load up on some boost again. The last 20 seconds coming in. Simas, good 50. Crispy needs to dive in and beat Yvonne to the ball, and he tries to see a point of weakness, but Yvonne straight to Royales. Royales wants to end this one. Second touch, that's on target, just off target, excuse me, and saved away. Helix may not matter, as we will be going to a Game 5. Fisher looking for that reverse sweep.
You know what? I think a Game 5 should be expected going into it, but the way we got there was kind of topsy-turvy. Fisher understood the assignment. They got one goal, and it was just enough. Either way, they have a chance to do the craziest thing on stream today.
I would be very happy with that because my prediction would be correct, and I do love being correct. So if Fisher are able to manage this one, I mean, you can see the guys, they're locked in. They know what they want to do. Yvonne just seems to be stretching. But I'm very excited with how Fisher are playing because it's just punishing. It's just punishing. So much of this is on Concord's hands and whether or not they're fumbling their possessions or not.
Yeah, I know there is a lot of hype this season, this semester, to really show the world what we can do. And I think that overall that's happening. But when you have these kind of heavy touches, it makes you wonder whether or not everyone is locked in at the same time. It is almost impossible to be locked in all the time, especially when you're playing so many games of Rocket League a week. But there are some things that Concord has to work out at VOD review on Monday if they really want to hang with this new crop of contenders.
That's the thing, is that this new season has brought in so many elite teams, and both Fisher and Concord are among them. Fisher especially trying to prove they are one of the elites as we enter Game 5 in this series. Can Fisher complete the reverse sweep, or Concord able to hang on against this upstart new roster?
Well, I can tell you that both teams are just dogpiling everywhere in front of the goal. No quarter given, no space given. I think both have the strategy of scoring quickly and first.
Realis over to Crispy. Crispy, no boost again, just trying to be as aggressive, but actually able to take the boost away from Yvonne. This makes a dangerous situation if Crispy can get the demo. Helix, it goes all the way. Crispy being very efficient with his movement right now. Hopefully going to try and take more, but it seems as though Crispy is hungry and he's trying to starve out Fisher as much as possible.
And that's really what you should do, because you have Fisher so much stronger in the air, so much stronger on the walls. You got to make sure they don't have the opportunity to even think about doing that. You have that key of getting that possession by stranding Fisher, almost like Spider-Man in the desert. Then go for it.
I think Spider-Man's been in the desert before.
I think so.
I don't know. Peter Parker's a well-learned person.
I mean,
so
isn't Sandman a walking desert?
Oh, good point. Yeah. All right. Now Realis sends this downfield. Samas just can't handle it again. Realis with one of these long shots that Concord just can't handle defensively.
Oh man, just bubble it and bobble it like trying to open the door at your house with a bag full of groceries. But hey, look, the shot was on frame to make his defense figure it out. They couldn't figure it out. Fisher got the 1-0 advantage.
Well, Helix needs to get back in time. Yvonne will be able to steal the boost, but Helix actually gets the demo, so now it's completely wasted. Just as, can you get the second touch? No. So we'll go back to the orange half, where Alice is able to dive for it in time to be able to buy some time. Fisher can recover. Justice looking to keep the defensive play alive. Yvonne, Simas over to Crispy, but Crispy's out of position, leaves for Helix. Great early challenge from Yvonne, as Fisher's defense and comms are on another level right now.
Yeah, it does seem that everyone knows where their teammate needs to be one step in the future. Good sign of hitting that second level. If you're Concord, that should be happening in your head and saying, okay, I think our opponents are about to hit a third gear. We have to do something dramatic to stop that out.
Moss. It's all the way. They would absolutely love a gimme goal right now, but they're not going to be rewarded with one. Helix over to Realis, who needs to be careful, especially with these challenges. And Concord, they're so ready. I'm just surprised because right now they're not going for the really aggressive bump style that won them some of their first couple games. They're just kind of letting these chances go and then eventually hoping that Fisher will make a mistake, but they really haven't made any.
Very astute point. You do all that extra work on the aggressive side of closing down space and getting in front of your opponent, but you don't bump, you don't demo, you don't intimidate. It's kind of like, hi, let you know we're playing against you right now. I think Fisher sees right through that.
Yeah, especially because Fisher, I mean, they're dealing with some boost starvation, right? You can tell that Concord's trying to go for boost steals, but Fisher's just, you know, they're filled with great players and they're incredibly efficient. Just at that goal line save right there is a perfect example. Patient as ever, Alice with the play, but it will hit the crossbar. Yvonne looking to keep this one going for the last 90 seconds. Another shot on, and Simas will get the save.
Hey, Royales was denied by the woodwork, but the construction of that attempt on goals we were talking about, right? They were the faster team, the cleanest pass, and it was over the head of not one, but two Concord players. Had that gone in, it would have been a game breaker.
Crispy. Simas needs this solo. It's a bit low, but 1 minute remaining. Can Concord manage to fight back? Can they bring out the championship form? It's off the post. Helix tries, but can't put it on. Crispy, the RLCS player, tries to get the flick, but it fumbles. Yvonne, Helix looks to keep it in play. Realis just able to keep it out, but now Concord is swarming. Simas puts one on to tie the game in Game 5.
So close to wrapping this game up, and just a moment later, a couple of bad decisions and bad positioning have ourselves level once more. I bet if you're Fisher, you want that exchange back post haste.
So now 38 seconds, anyone's game, anyone's series. Crispy, a demo coming in from Simas, finally turning on and activating, chilling with the ball and able to stay on it. Fisher trying to mitigate any mistakes as much as possible and even getting aggressive on the defensive end. Yvonne, Realis looking to keep it in play. Justice is in an awkward spot. Look how quickly Crispy and Helix are to react to the transition, especially with Simas. Concord just looks like they found a new form. They're so ready. They see blood in the water. They're ready for anything at the moment. The last 5 seconds are winding down. Will we see an overtime in this Game 5? Simas with the possession gets over one. Crispy tries to pre-jump this. We're going to Game 5 overtime.
Yeah, this kind of fang-tooth aggression is what I wanted to see back in Game 4. Hey, better late than never, but yeah, I have an opportunity here to put this to bed as quickly as possible.
Justice chasing this one down, wants to delete Yvonne from the server! And Yvonne will be able to wrap this one up. Helix stood no chance. Yvonne makes it a win for Fisher.
You know what? There's finesse, there's being delicate, and then there's Yvonne. How many of goals from that car have been crashing the net, going forward, being the battering ram, the blunt instrument of that Fisher team? I don't know if we do mans of matches or cars of matches, but if I was Yvonne right now, I would be demanding milkshakes from my teammates.
I will say that was incredibly hard of Yvonne. Just, you know, ends the reverse sweep with a fantastic goal of his own and just immediately turns off his camera on main broadcast. That was so cool.
I wish it was that cool.
So, Realis, the MVP for this one, no doubt about it, but what a series win for Fisher. They have indeed proved, I mean, they are amongst the real deal. They have proved that they are here to play in CRL and want it all. They want to get that championship if they can. There's so many great highlights here, but I mean, unfortunately, you know, and I'm sure we'll talk about it with the desk after, but to me, this was a case of unfortunately Concord losing. I just, outside of that last goal in OT, which was a firm, you know, aerial bump plus shot, you know, Helix being eliminated, this is a case of Concord out of position, overcommitting all over the place, and just the comms were off.
Yeah, 6 games in, first wrong prediction of the season. Not the biggest fan of that decision, but I do think Concord had all the tools to get this done, and they could have got it done with just being a little bit too passive on defense, waiting for balls to do a counterattack. Even we were saying also in game 4 and 5, just hanging out with their opponent instead of really closing off space and locking them in. That's something that could be easily corrected, but my prediction kind of was right, maybe coping, that they still have one of the strongest chems in the league. It wasn't a dub here for them today.
Yeah, it's rough because we continue to see Concord slide, and despite the fact that we know they're a good team, they showcased it multiple times here. It's not clicking. It's not clicking in the way that I think we know is capable from them, and they're going to continue to slide as a result. And until they are able to rack up some wins, it severely looks like their league play is in jeopardy for this one.
Yeah, it's hate to say it, but hey, maybe there's some redemption arcs. I just need to get my prediction back. I gotta do it. But you're absolutely right. They have some questions I answered today.
I think, what am I 2-0? Am I 2-0? Am I 2-0?
I don't know.
Did I pick Bailey? Yeah,
I think you are.
Yeah, great. All right, 2-0. So with that, we are halfway through the day. We have plenty more matches left to play. They're only going to get spicier from here, so don't go anywhere. This is CRL. We'll be right back.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you. Now that your gaze
Everyone, welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League on the Rocket League main channel. I, of course, here have Royales from Fisher, who just won in a reverse sweep of all fashions. Royales was just telling me in the green room that they got reverse swept by Baylor. That's their only loss, and now they get to do a reverse sweep of their own. Royales, talk me through that game. After game 2, what did the team change to come out on top?
Oh, really glad to be here. I was kind of worried that I wasn't going to do 2 interviews today. That was my plan all along, but all good at the end. So we started a little rough. I think like no warm-up also got into us a little bit because we have a long day ahead of us. Both all 3 of us have 2 CRL matches and then RLCS at night. So it's going to be a long day. So we decided to not do warm-up. And so it started rough, but we got on our feet. I feel like that's the level we played during games 3 to 5. It's what we're supposed to play, the entire league play, and what we've been doing till now. No other reason we're in 3rd. So it was a tough series, but good.
Yeah, talk me a little bit about your journey in particular. I know you played, RLCS in other regions, had a lot of professional play. Now you're playing in the collegiate scene. What's it like playing against other colleges and, of course, being in your, Fisher arena and getting to play with everyone next to you?
It's been really good. I feel like, especially for me, coming from South America, from Brazil, I played 5 years of RLCS in there, and now I'm the first South American to be playing in CRL. So really glad to be here. Hopefully it opens spaces for more people to come from South America, as CRL is not only good as a league and as an entertainment, but a really good opportunity for all of us who's been on Rocket League for so many years to get a scholarship to study, especially in the US for me, a new country, a new environment for me, also in RLCS playing NA now. So been a great adaptation. Those 2 behind me, Ivan and Justus, have been helping me a lot into getting used here, because Justus lived here before me. He went to Fisher 2 years ago, I think, or 1 year and a half, and then he went online for a semester. But it's been good, so hopefully that opens doors for more Brazilians to come to CRL.
It's great to hear your journey, of course, and everyone's journey is so different in collegiate. It's what makes it so interesting to continue to watch. So a lot of us on the desk mentioned this was a little bit of a skill check for your roster. It's been kind of debated in the power rankings exactly where you should be. You have been very on Twitter, socials, deciding to call us all out. Where does your team, you feel, really stand in the power rankings and moving on forward?
I mean, that's up for the people to do the power rankings, but for TJ, Concord's coach, he also is a caster, so I get it, he has his opinions as caster and as coach, but putting us 13th and losing to us is crazy. That's crazy. But I feel like we just have 1 loss to Baylor, which was a reverse sweep, so that was completely our fault. We should not lose that series, in my opinion. We will be title contenders. I don't know if we'll win. I don't know if we'll be able to manage all the nerves and everything, but we're definitely title contenders this semester. I told that to everyone last semester when we had I was playing with the team which is now B team for Fisher, with Fisher Navy, that whenever we had a better team, we would be contending for the title, and this is the time. So I just hope next power rankings, next tier list, they see us as we are, and we are at least top 4 in the league.
Confident but modest in that confidence as well. I know you said today you feel like you want to have another interview later as you play in game number 4. So obviously shout outs to you there and the Fisher roster. Any last shout outs that you would like to make? Any last thoughts, comments? Really, the floor is yours before we let you rest before your final game.
Oh, just thanking everyone who's cheering. Thanks to everyone, especially from Brazil, who are watching and don't understand anything in English. So just want to say a thanks and I love you to my dad and my mom in Portuguese, if I may. Obrigado, mãe. Obrigado, pai. Amo vocês. It's just thanks and I love you guys. So just wanted to give this shout out, because even not speaking English, they're always cheering for me.
Royales, what a lovely interview. Thank you so much for joining us, and maybe we will indeed see you later. Alrighty, we of course have more games on the Collegiate Rocket League end of league play. Taco, what do you think about having Royales on stream? You know, it's yes, a wholesome interview we talked about, but you know, just so much knowledge and excitement and a little bit of shade on the power ranking side.
I think Royales is one of my favorite personalities that we have in CRL coming up because he is on an up-and-coming team. He himself is kind of the de facto captain. If you watch him, he broadcasts all of his CRL matches on his Twitch channel, and he is an IGL. He loves being able to promote, being able to play in every league possible. But the thing is, he is confident without being too arrogant at the same time because he knows he has a good team. And as we watch this series, I mean, you saw the caster reactions, Seb. I mean, you guys were losing your minds at times.
It was a bit of a bonkers series. I mean, mainly like there were so many peak goals for one. I'm looking at that Helix goal, but also just like the amount of back and forth it went through. I mean, to me, in how I was watching, I was floored by some of the mistakes that I was seeing. Unfortunately, like it was a really entertaining series all the way back and forth. But to me, this was Concord's game to win, and that's why I was so frustrated by the end because I'm like, there was so many chances, and they had the ideas and put together, but it was just errors that forced the game to just go into Fisher's hands.
Yeah, I think going forward, that is a huge thing. I mean, Navanta, how much do you really feel like, were we watching genuine mistakes where, okay, Concord might have been slipping down the stretch, or was it more forced mistakes because Fisher was really trying to adjust that game plan down the stretch?
I mean, it's kind of hard to answer that question, but I'm going to go more the former. A lot of the errors that Concord was making were unforced. I really feel like it was the positioning errors and cascading, being out of position or not being aggressive when you needed to be. I am not sure this is part of a broader philosophy or they weren't on their game today, but it was a really tough loss now that they lost. I mean, if they won, winning cures everything. If they lost a series, those are questions you have to ask themselves moving forward.
And we will indeed have to be able to ask those questions. At least of Fisher, they'll be on later in the broadcast, but at least for right now, our next matchup is on deck. We will be seeing a Wichita State return to the broadcast, as well as another familiar face in Cumberland, trying to continue on their decent run of form. A team that is not unfamiliar with starting off league play excellently in prior semesters. Cumberland looked so good. Seb, walk us through this matchup.
I mean, Wichita, it's clear they're kind of, I would say, the odd man out a little bit in the entirety of league play. They're struggling, but they earned their spot here over some very good teams in Qual, of obviously OC being a really big one. But Cumberland is also that we've seen, you know, we've seen the peaks and we've very much seen the valleys of. Like you mentioned, we ranked them very, very highly at one point last year. And then after that, it was just off a cliff. So we know that this Cumberland team has the capability of playing at a really high level. We're seeing some wins, we're seeing some losses, and of course we saw the fantastic win against WVU previously. It's just a matter of whether or not they're able to be consistent enough to actually keep that form going and to be able to contend against some of the higher ranked teams that we have here. Wichita, I mean, they're a team that I think has nothing to lose. They are firmly on the upswing. They've taken some names, and now it's on them whether or not they're able to level up their game and take themselves against Cumberland here.
And looking forward at this, I mean, we're taking a look through these matchups. I mean, obviously, we've all been in the CRL scene for so long. Chicksa, when it comes to matchups like this, especially with Wichita State, what do you feel like the mental has to be from a squad of finally getting into the big time and then being like, oh, now we're playing the best of the best. We got to show up.
It's hard. I think every team's first introduction to league play or whatever the format is, like really playing in the collegiate scene compared to just some of the other leagues, has that sort of extra just behind it, the little bit of pressure, the talent level that we see coming across. Everyone takes these games just that much more seriously, and making that adjustment can sometimes take times for some of these teams. And Wichita State is one of the ones that are struggling to find their footing against a team like Cumberland, who's been in and out of really playing in CRL and finding their own footing and really being and trying not to be, I guess, in the middle of everybody instead of at the top.
Real quick, am I the only one that's curious what's in the card collection?
I mean, we have to see really. Also, are those PSA graded cards, sir?
I don't know.
Sure.
I think the ones on the right are like on the shelf, you can see, but I think the ones on the left and the thing are just not. But I don't know. Maybe if
We're
Wichita
all
win,
nerds
we'll find
here,
out.
You know, some
okay?
players just, take it on the chin and pay for college out of pocket. Other players take out loans, and other players have card collections to be able
That's
to pay for that tuition. So hopefully along with a little bit of scholarship, but either way, good thing to see for Wichita State. And as we get into this one, Cumberland has also started off strong. Are they going to continue on that within this match? Seb, what do you think about that?
It's hard. Well, it's not hard. It's Cumberland. I'm sorry, but it's hard to say immediately Cumberland because I think that Cumberland, they're a stronger team. They have the wins under their belt. We're currently seeing them on the upswing. In Taka, we've seen it before. The upswing that they have is near the top. When they are on form, when they know how they want to play, they're one of the best teams in CRL. It's just comes in very, very brief flashes. So I firmly think they're able to deal with the teams that are around their level or below. It's just we need to see them more towards the top, and Wichita is unfortunately just one step for that.
Chixer, have you have a similar mindset for that?
I have a similar mindset. Wichita still hasn't, I think, found their play style in this league play. So Cumberland just has the experience, has the opportunity, is on the upswing of things. Of course, only losing to St. Clair, which is obviously at the top threshold currently of everyone's thoughts and leaderboards. So Cumberland doing well so far this season. We'll continue to see if they are at the top threshold. This should be an easy moving forward game for them, and if they can show that, they'll continue to be at the top.
Navanta, unfortunately, your prediction streak of correct predictions has unfortunately come to an end in the last series in a most tragic of ways. How are you predicting this one to go to get back on track?
Stop building up old stuff, man. It was a long time ago.
Different era.
It was a hard
remember
decision for me. It's a hard decision for me because I think Wichita State is a semester away from being a true powerhouse. Yeah, mark my words, but I don't think it happens right now today. I'm going with Cumberland. It hurts my heart to say it, but I do think it's a sure, even keel team like Cumberland is going to get away with the dub today.
And when we look at these two teams, Wichita State, they are unfortunately at the bottom of the table. They have had a little bit of a rough start, but that is to be expected out of any new team. But let's not forget that Oklahoma Christian was a team that we all thought would be a guarantee lock, and Wichita State kind of dismantled them to be able to get into this position. However, they're playing against a team with a lot of seasoned semesters underneath their belt. I am also going with Cumberland. We're going to do the audacious desk sweep yet again here for the CRL match 3 on week 2 action. It is a little bit asking for it. Cumberland historically has been very good in the beginning of the semester, so I have to think that will continue. Hotshot, I will say, has been a player under a lot of microscopes on Cumberland. He has a lot to prove, so therefore I think it's on Wichita State to maybe take advantage of that, shake off those nerves, and play as organically as we know they possibly can. Plus, they got a great fan base because the Shocker Nation is sending their energy. They're hoping to fuel Wichita State to their first league play win, but Cumberland isn't running a charity, so the third match comes down to what it always does. Who wants it more?
Oh my goodness, we're past the halfway point of the day, and we are also in it. Wichita State newcomers to league play, struggling, looking for their first series victory against Cumberland, a team that has had so much experience. Hotshot now in for previous. Next, who's sitting on the sub bench? Polar Knight, yet Two Faces. We recognize Polar with so much experience behind him. My eyes are on the newcomer. Hotshot, is he really what his name says so?
Yeah, I can't imagine being on a different game with you, Chicks, the first time this season, this semester. This one has the makings of being one of the ones of the most noteworthy exchanges when it's all said and done.
Yeah, lots of surprises so far we have seen in CRL. Is this going to be yet again another one? But for now, Cumberland has looked very steady. As we mentioned, they normally do. They surprise us at the beginning of the semester, and then they kind of fall off. Do they have the opportunity here? They do to start off strong. This one, an open net for Nightya.
This one here with the composure of Nightya pretty much had a day and a half to get there in time. There was no one back in the line. Let's go that away. If you're Wichita State, it was a glaring error, but hopefully that's just the start of the game. Nerves, you put that aside, pretend it didn't happen, and push forward.
We'll see what ends on happening. Can Wichita State make the adjustments? Polar in the air, gets a flip here, gets it underneath one, but Boone in net to clear it out. Price off the side wall. Looking for an aerial here, gets the bump, but it is just deflected into the corner. Slowly, some pressure for Wichita, but this one gets taken away with the clear.
Yeah, I understand it. Going a little bit bold right in front of the net was great, knocked away, but don't be discouraged. I want to see more goals like that. Being able to challenge any line of defense to make sure that ball goes through the net is how series have won, especially today. The ones that are able to crash that net are the ones that have a lot of more benefits of having things scored.
Naya crashing net just like that, gets the shot off, but fortunately deflected away. Aqua there also deflected, and a little bit of a demo. We'll see if demos play an important part. We saw them earlier in some of our series, especially that Baylor Indiana Tech one, that those played an important part in getting pressure as well as those boost rotations. Naya, the bump here in the air, follow up by Polar, double tap, Reed finds it through, and Cumberland with its second.
Exactly how they drew it up. Kind of bump, kind of friendship right in front of net. Polar upside down back fender, being able to put that in. That one right there is definitely a way to show and exert dominance. Cumberland's rolling right now.
And this is the things that we need Wichita State to clean up. I don't know if you noticed there, Boone and Aqua double committing on the save, no one going for the initial challenge on the shooter, and that just needs to be better and faster communicated. Someone has to be going directly for that ball or the player, and then someone needs to be attempting to read that play. It's going to make your defense that much better in the long run. Small adjustments to be made for Wichita, and still a series to be played as well, where they can make those adjustments. Getting used to Cumberland, like every team in CRL, is just so different. A demo here, a shot by Polar as he feigns having some boost and pressure. Naya sends this one in front of net, and Polar there to clean up again.
Yeah, you saw the moment that you were looking across the way of front of net, who was going to be there. It was already too late. Polar coming around, going through traffic to make sure that one is a guaranteed goal. I love the aggression. You have the 2-goal advantage. Make it 3 and perhaps go for 4. Now's the time to be meek.
Naya with a boost in the tank. Flip reset here off the backboard, and Boone able to clear it away. Hot shot right back at it. Price pops this one high, and Polar there first. Naya flip ends up going underneath, unfortunately bouncing off the car on the goal line, and a 4th now for Cumberland.
Yeah, I'm a baseball guy, and that was the equivalent of a knuckleball. It was such an odd trajectory and speed. Everyone was caught off guard, and inadvertently becomes an own goal. But that is 4th for Cumberland. They put themselves in position and created their own luck.
I think what's more impressive is we're halfway through this game number 1. 11 shots so far for Cumberland, 7 saves for Wichita State, meaning every single shot for Cumberland has been on target. It's either on or saved. Yet another one here, similarly needing to be saved away. Cumberland looking strong offensively, has done well being accurate with each opportunity, and finally Wichita State has a little bit of pressure upfield. Unfortunately, the demo will open up space on the back end transition here, and Price just in time to deflect to the corner.
You know, it's funny you mentioned about the fate of saves. It's kind of like a fantastic tactic or a stat line where you win the game, but you have so many saves and still lose, it becomes a moral victories. And there's no room for moral victories in Rocket League. Wichita State is looking at a goose egg right now, haven't scored in about 4 minutes of play. That has to change first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, we saw earlier even the struggles of Indiana Tech scoring against the likes of Baylor. They went nearly all the way until game 3 to find their first goal, and sometimes it does take that long to figure out exactly the success needed to score against a team, and Cumberland can be difficult right now with the mechanics we've seen from them thus far. A lot of unconventional touches. They transition over to the corner. Polar there just gets enough to get past the defense. Backboard there doesn't have enough boost to bring that down, and Wichita hopefully a little bit of space now with that 50 to move upfield.
Does seem very much Cumberland has seen a defensive wound and is putting the thumb to it. That backboard defense is rudimentary but solid. All you have to do is really draw out the defense with an angle shot or a double tap, and everyone starts being scrambled to find out where that ball is going to land. It has been something they've been able to exploit multiple times. That's why there's so many shots on frame and a 4-goal advantage to show for it.
This one won't be connected by on hot shot. Cleared upfield for Wichita State. Price touch off the backboard, but Naya there, Polar picking up that full boost, quickly contested. Follow-up here won't be found by Aqua as Price continues to put on pressure for Wichita State. A bump is found in front of net, but Boone not facing the correct way, can't get a shot off. 0 seconds on the clock. Final second here. Cumberland takes game 1 convincingly in 4-0 fashion.
Yeah, there's no such thing as easy games in Rocket League, but I had not seen a team so unbothered in a while. Cumberland came, didn't seem they were going their full pace or their full rotation or full strength, and found a way to deflate the balloon of Wichita State. Okay, plan A's are out the window. If you're Wichita State, what's in your bag for plan B?
You know, I think they can't spend as much time, of course, defensively as they've been. 7 saves for Price, which is, again, wonderful for him, but the fact that Cumberland had so many opportunities of field needs to be stopped. At the end of the day, they have to stop the shot before it becomes one on the scoreboard. That's always the hardest thing to do. Predict at this level means to pre-jump, to figure out where you think that ball is going to go, or else speed is just an illusion in Rocket League.
That's deep. Speed is an illusion. Yeah, but I think you're absolutely right. That first goal, that easy one by Knight, really caught Wichita State off guard. I bet they said they were going too forward, too aggressively, decided to drop back, and they didn't decide to change an idea or a tactic after that. So you got to be a bit more dynamic. I understand dropping back. I understand pushing forward, but you can't stick with an idea for too long.
Yeah. I agree. So Wichita State's going to have to change it up. They have won some games, single games, not series, in CRL so far, so it seems like they've been able to make their adjustments in their series against some of their opponents, and that's what we also show and see as a roster that is learning. Can you make those adjustments mid-series, especially in a best-of-5, where quickly going down by 2 means you're already off of match point?
And to be honest with you, Chicks, it does sound like I'm piling on, but I'm not. I mean, it takes so much skill now more than ever to really just hang in collegiate Rocket League, and you're right, they have won some single games, and they should be encouraged by that. But it is kind of frustrating seeing how close you are to being elite, and what a score there by Knight to make sure that conversation stakes on Cumberland. Look at this one.
Yeah, this is what I talked a little bit about earlier, is we're not seeing a contest early enough. We have both Price and Boone in net, retreating out of boost, and no one's attacking the ball at any point to make the shooter uncomfortable. Most of Rocket League is just making that shooter that much more uncomfortable to release control of that ball that much earlier. So right now, they need to get a little uncomfortable, test some things out, and figure out what works best on rotations. And at the end of the day, this one all the way from downtown to Polar, backboard, read, and on in. Naya sent that one to the ceiling, and Polar executed.
Yeah, a bit of that script from game 1, going to the backboard, but not having enough positioning or juice to recover for that second tap, and the second tap was the one that got in that net.
Still plenty of time to go in game number 2, but already Cumberland showing that excitement, that fiery passion, that the different looks that you can score creatively. As we mentioned a little bit earlier with Baylor, finding so many different options to score has been one of the most difficult parts of collegiate Rocket League, and so far they have done and shown us many angles and looks as they've gone through this one. Hopefully Wichita ends up finding a way to score themselves. Always crossing that first goal is the hardest.
So what I like so far in game 2 from Wichita State, despite the fact of that scoreline looking them in a 2-goal hole, is that they are having a bit more of leeway of pushing up and strengthening or widening their defense in front of net. They're not just hanging out in front of the net, they're not just in the corners, they're willing to stretch. That's step number 1. But step number 2 has to come with an idea of what happens when you dispossess your opponent. Do you move the ball up? Do you try to draw them back and then do the counter? Those are questions I still have, and it's late in game 2.
Time is certainly just continuing to tick down. Wichita, another nice save by Aqua. Boone, not much boost in the tank. Can't do much other than 50 as Price is in midfield. Has some boost to work with. This one sent down. Boone doesn't find the read as Aqua still just sends this one up and tries to keep the ball on the Cumberland half. Boone off the corner, can only do so much. Hot shot, takes his time, sends this one back, but Price now an opportunity. Again off the sidewall, Naitya actually back flips, so doesn't get to this one quick enough. Naitya sends this up, open net, but Boone gets back just in time. Polar off the sidewall, sends this one midfield, but a demo may open it up. Naitya right back at it, sealing read again, and Aqua gets here in time.
Oh, what a shot, slice across the wire by Price. And yeah, I do like the fact that Cumberland's willing to like spike the ball, almost put it on the tee for the next car up, and almost when they decide, hey look, there's a possibility that this won't be a goal, we're not going to completely abandon the offensive attack, let's just try to find a way to reset as quickly as possible. That's how one scoring drive instantly becomes 2 or 3 scoring opportunities, and so far it's working out for them.
Corner read and play here. Price sends this across the field. Aqua back at it. Naitya to the midfield where Polar pre-jumped here, gets a second touch, and the flip as well past one. But Boone towards the sidewall. Aqua there maybe a little too late, and Polar back on it in the air. Price, opportunity, but already running out of boost, and Knight able to contest again. Wichita just haven't been able to transition upfield with enough boost in the tank for more than 1 or 2 touches. This one off the backboard, shot down by Naitya and in, and Cumberland finds their third.
I think you hit the nail on the head on that exchange. It really was wearing down Wichita State, running out of boost options. I was going to give Aqua credit for being able to stop the offensive attack from Cumberland, but what ended up happening is there was no one around to recover. Cumberland, we got possession, and really it was only a finger up in front of net, and now we're looking at a 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah, Cumberland have just looked so consistent across this game so far. They have held on to possession, always seem to have more boost in the tank, have a follow-up, are in the air just that much quicker. Again, speed is such a difficult thing to quantify in Rocket League. Most of it is jumping and expecting and predicting what will happen, having enough boost to get there, learning all the mechanics behind, continuing and holding on to that speed across the game. And for now, Cumberland has done all of their fundamentals correctly and is playing like a team that has played with, together for quite some time. Polar has been on this roster with Naitya for quite some time now, and Hotshot seems to have fit in quite easily with these two. One last look here as we see 0 seconds on the clock. It'll touch the ground. Cumberland takes game 2.
Give or take a Champ League power ranking, there's very few teams that makes it look as effortless as Cumberland when they're in that 3rd or 4th gear. The passes are crisp, they're clean. People really know where they need to be. Even if the car is going the wrong way, they find a way to deflect things when it needs to be. And it's kind of a tragic that Wichita State is seeing Cumberland on their best day, because it does look like they're unprepared even though they're playing pretty well. Scoreline hasn't been fair to them, despite the fact that there's some adjustments they need to make. What we're seeing now though from Cumberland is them putting the league on notice. How strong they are, how strong they can be, and how they can really stack up in league play.
Yeah, as of right now, Wichita State's still struggling to get upfield and get shots really counted for them. We haven't seen that pressure and the ability to pick up boost to follow up on plays, while Cumberland is doing the exact opposite. They are picking up boosts, they are maintaining continuous pressure, they are making adjustments, and looking like a team that has been in CRL for quite some time now. And that's just the learning process of it all. We'll see new faces. Yeah. I mean, we've been here long enough to see how CRL as a whole has evolved and the talent has continued to grow, and this is just one of the steps.
Yeah, and absolutely. And it's so puzzling how so many teams, scrimp and try hard to get to the league, and then they don't really figure out what league play is like, just because it's such a different territory and environment once you get here.
Well, opportunity here potentially for Wichita to make those adjustments, continuing to learn just the level of play that CR Hell has to offer. This one over to Price. Sidewall touch gets another one towards center field, but Boone won't jump up for that one. Aqua, difficult touch here, just tries to throw Cumberland off, but Hotshot's still there on the read. Price sends this one upfield, has control, a flick here, and Nightya saves it on the goal line.
Nightya denies it, really going the wrong way off of the side of the tire, doing the side power roll. But I was going to give credit for being able to not be passive. You're down 2 games in the series. Sometimes you try to say, let's wait and make secure passes or secure drives at the net. Wichita State's going full forward. That's really what you should be doing at a time like this.
This one has Sean down. Aqua has some boost, gets over one secondary. This one floating in front of net, but it'll roll on through. Price to touch with the limited boost in the tank to get it away. Boone the follow-up to Aqua. The net is open. Can he find the angle? Shot is made, and Wichita in Game 3 find their first.
Props to them. It was really hard-earned to somehow beat the defense on the run. Nightya about a car and a half length behind. It had to go in, and went in, it did.
Great start to Game 3 for Wichita. Mentioned how adjustments take time. They have done just that. But demos now for Cumberland. But a great contest by Aqua to get this one away from Polar. Off the corner, hot shot with the read, but Boone is there first. Takes his time to poke it up. Still has boost, sends it center, but Polar deflects away. Aqua already in the air. Fortunately doesn't find contact, and Polar on the turn can't get there quick enough either.
If there's ever a power rankings for just driver decisions, I gotta go Polar top of that list, because being able to put a car fender in front of a ball in front of you to poke it out of an opponent is okay and it's solid. To do it so far, to make sure everyone had to reset on the run to reclaim that ball, got Cumberland a long time to reset. That really puts them back in the driver's seat type figuratively when it comes to possession, when it comes to on-field dominance, and then when it comes to eventual offensive ideas.
We talk a lot about teams having, a player in particular with maybe more experience or leadership qualities, and Polar is that for Cumberland. Nice shot here by Nightya, who often has a lot of mechs, but back to Polar, he is someone who does have those qualities of being the leader, having a lot of experience in professional play as well as in collegiate, and kind of showing up and being that IGL a little bit for his team.
Can't lie, I think that goal surprised Nightya themselves. It was almost looking like to come around and slot it back in, but it went in and it did.
Just the little things, and Cumberland comes back to tie up this game at the midway point. This game's certainly gone a lot faster than some of the other ones that we've seen so far in this series. Just the adjustments made, we're seeing contact and a lot more challenges earlier on. So the pace has increased thus far for it. Instead of Wichita having to bend the pace of gameplay that Cumberland has been showing, they're offering their own pace, or if not matching Cumberland's speed, to get more opportunities upfield. This one 50'd off the sidewall. Nightya towards the skies. Aqua taking his time. The follow-up by hot shot here will be deflected away. Polar waiting patiently, only to 50, but Boone is there to send it past midfield. Nightya again with boost in the tank, gets the flip, gets past one, and Price deflects to the corner.
Well, Nightya, that one was almost going to be smooth delivered like a package on Sunday afternoon, but you see how both players from that Wichita State side were really understanding where it was going to be in landing there. If you're Cumberland, you go, okay, what tactics worked in game 1 and game 2 is not going to work here. My opponent is learning my patterns. Now it's time to switch it up. I expect, if I was coaching the field, to be more aggressive and go right down Broad Street to keep Wichita State off balance.
A nice touch here towards the ceiling, but no follow-up to be found for Cumberland as we tick down to the last minute in game number 3, still tied up. Hot shot here Only the 50, and Polar not much boost to the tank. Aqua waited patiently to deflect towards the sidewall. This one underneath. Hot shot there. Difficult 50 in challenges, but it is deflected towards the corner. Relieves pressure only temporarily for Cumberland. Clear needed here and clear gotten only to midfield. Polar is beat by Price, who has boost in the tank. Gets the flip reset over the last defender, and Wichita now with the lead.
Well, I bet Wichita supporters are on their feet now, being able to dispossess Polar on a rare bad driver decision, take it all the way to the house in the most, or least graceful way possible. Doesn't matter, their checks up, the goal counts the same.
You cannot get complacent in CRL. I think that has been our biggest thing as a desk that we have talked about. It is easy to get overly confident and lose control of the series and just end up getting lost in being successful, especially at the beginning. We've already seen one reverse sweep today. I don't know if we'll see a second, but still dropping a game when game differential matters by end of season could be very vital as we go through off league play. This one deflected away again. Nightya over to Polar, poked away, still popped up. Demo here, hot shot keeps it up, but Polar has no boost in the tank. Picks it up though. Nightya off the sidewall. Polar still does have boost, playing at the 0-second mark. Touchdown towards the ground, and Wichita State takes game 3.
That 0-second demo was with authority. I loved it. It was like, oh, you ain't getting this ball at all. Like, yo. 2-1. Not a lot of goals to count for. It was hard to come by. Wichita State made the adjustments. Again, it was something that I've noticed in small doses. It all came together for them in game 3. Here's a question now. You held Cumberland to 1 goal over 5 minutes. Think about that. How do you add on to that? How do you build on to that in game 4?
Yeah, 1 goal in only 5 shots as well, which I think is the bigger victory for Cumberland that has been getting in double digits every game when it came to pressure upfield. I think they matched the likes of Cumberland so much better on those challenges in 50s throughout the game. They just didn't give them as many opportunities, and that proved to do them a justice. We'll see if the adjustment for Cumberland is now made, with Wichita learning throughout this series and becoming successful even at game 3 just proves how they're continuing to understand being in the CRL.
I think that's what it is. I mean, you start seeing these teams at the level of CRL over time. It takes you a while to take notes, tactics, speed, just big head plays, or heads up plays, excuse me. And what they are doing over time is collecting those wins, those single wins in their series, and it's going to come and work out, and it's going to bear fruit. Like I had said at the top of this stream, they're going to be a powerhouse school in a semester from now. You're looking at the seedlings of that.
Time will only tell how games will be played, how matches will be done. But for now, we have a game 4 in our series. Cumberland showed dominance early on. Can they show dominance again? Or has Wichita found the pieces of success? And at this point, the price to pay on this first one.
It's almost like an air hockey goal, right? On the ground, it's ricocheting off the post. It goes in, but I caught everyone on guard, even this guy in the booth.
Wow. What a start for Wichita. Again, it only takes a little bit of adjustment to figure things out. And now Cumberland needs to adjust themselves. 50 for hot shot. Puts this one in front of Nen, and Aqua puts it to the side. Back on it by Polar, popped out, and Price is on the ball. Back to it, hot shot. Polar not much boost in the tank, but still 50s. Applies that pressure as Price deflects it away, and Aqua could follow it up to a clear.
So close there. And already we're seeing a bit of the aggressiveness we were asking for early in the series, paying off in spades in this 4th game. I mean, already scoring attempts have come from the heavens, the side, even from underneath.
Price not enough boost in the tank to do more than that flick. As Aqua can only flip there. Another contest on Nightya, and Hotshot will have to work again from the midfield. Aqua with boost gets past Hotshot. Still has an opportunity to 50 Nightya here, and does just that as Polar clears towards the sidewall. Still tries to chase it, doesn't find contact, and Boone there first to put it in midfield.
Balls being knocked around the side walls. This means that both teams are really for the heavy touch, trying to get themselves set up right in front of net. So the ideas of taking the ball from all over are kind of over, and what a clear by Hotshot epically, if you may.
Open net as well. Aqua has an opportunity. Cumberland overextends, doesn't get the clear they need, and now Wichita up by 2.
This one here was interesting because I thought Hotshot was going to get it in there, but it was saved. It was saved by Hotshot going the other way, and it was collected, distributed, and dumped at a pace and speed we hadn't seen from Wichita State in about 20 minutes of play.
All it takes is that little bit of time to learn a team. You have to wonder what would change if this was a best of 7. You know, Wichita managing to find just enough to knock off Cumberland, but here the offensiveness continues. They keep up crashing that board and finally are able to get one here.
Props for Cumberland for scoring, but the concession there was something that's beleaguered this team for so long. It was on a silver platter, a platinum platter, if you will. Cumberland took it to the house, 2-1.
Impressive so far by Cumberland to fight back in this one. Even after going down 2 initially, you know the confidence has to be shaken after having 2 such defiant wins at the beginning of this series, and now it continues to lull on. Both teams continuing to make adjustments and making each and every touch that much harder on themselves. Polar, a good touch off the corner. Nightya having an opportunity on the 50. This one dropped down, but the deflections put this back onto the Cumberland half.
I do think that play would have gone in 9 times out of 10 in game 1. Wichita's learning quickly. They're almost like an AA program if you think about it. But yeah, it was dropped down to go underneath. It was blocked off the line. And just like that, Cumberland did not find their equalizer. And now for the first time this series, I think they're struggling a bit.
Hot shot here. Just a touch to throw off Wichita as Nightya sends it away. Polar not much boost in the tank. Just sends it to the backboard. Price. Air dribble here, gets over 1, not enough boost to get back to it, and the shot by Aqua deflected away by Polar. Can Boone get back in time? Saves it off his own post and out, and somehow that doesn't go on in for Cumberland. And now even so, Price able to clear it away, and Cumberland doesn't get a second opportunity upfield.
How did Boone do that? How? Was there like a new boost level speed I haven't known about? Like, to cover that much ground in such a short time, that has to be elbow grease or something beyond the code of the game, because that was amazing.
Beautiful read by Aqua. Does in fact jump early initially on that play. Prevents Cumberland from getting a good passing play off. Now this one though over to Hotshot. Quite well done as Hotshot send it back to Polar. Polar on the miss. Nightya slots that through, and Nightya 2 back-to-back goals to tie this one up.
Ball distribution was great, not yet going near post, kind of risky seeing where Price was going to be, but still had to make the defense work. Price couldn't get there in time, and we're level once more.
It's been a back and forth game number 3 and 4. And now all it takes is one more opportunity to be back on top. Aqua the save here. Cumberland shot. As they continue on forward, Polar towards the back wall, but Price sends it away. Hot shot waiting. Has boost in the tank. Nobody with boost on the side of Wichita, and it again rings off the post and out as they deflected with just enough away. Polar for try 2, but this one's still off the mark. Price enough boost here, clears it away, and again, Cumberland leaves with nothing.
Oh man, 2 unforced errors back to back, and I'm not sure you're going to get that chance quite like that again. But as I say, that shot on the frame knocked away, and yeah, you're right, that could have changed the complexion of this matchup.
Aqua clear upfield, but Wichita haven't found pressure on these transitions. This one straight down and cleared away. Aqua here trying to go off the back wall, but it is cleared to midfield. Boone drops it down. Price up towards the sidewall. Deflection here, and it was almost on the mark.
Man. Overtime periods are always a tricky proposition, but I do think it benefits Wichita State if it has to be a gasp goal out of absolutely nowhere. This is a situation Cumberland did not want to be in, but they find themselves entrenched.
Price here waiting patiently. Enough boost in the tank as all three for Wichita go upfield. Aqua first on the contest. Price on the follow-up deflects this one out. Aqua on the turn, off the ceiling, has a flip, but too many cars in the way to get much farther than that. This one rolling. Back to midfield. Aqua is up. Shot just high. Boone on the follow-up, and Wichita sends this to Game 5.
Wow. Ding dong, hello? Off the top, drawing out Polar, seeing it, reading it, couldn't cancel it in time to block that shot. Wichita forces Game 5 in one of the most epic fashions I've seen in a while.
Wow, oh wow, never count a team out in CRL. This is just what happens as we go through the series. So many opportunities for Cumberland, and they just couldn't find the final touch to move it on in. Now we're all the way at Game 5. Boone, a phenomenal series. Aqua getting back on it, finding ways to contest early. The likes of Price just being sometimes a little more tricky with it. It has been a game that you have to wonder, what has Cumberland done to struggle so much, and what has Wichita done other than learn to really be back on top? The back and forth of this game, I think, was unexpected for us in the booth.
Yeah, I was joking about it a couple minutes ago, but I really feel like they are the AI team, Wichita State. First game, it looked like they weren't even supposed to be in the lobby. They just kind of like put in the code by accident. But by Game 4, they look like a stronger team. And like I said, once you go to overtime, it's definitely the quote-unquote weaker team's playground historically, and Wichita found a way to capitalize. This Game 5 here may be a classic.
Yeah, Cumberland, again, we have been mentioning time after time, being in CRL, trying to get out of that middle threshold field that they have been keeping themselves in. This is a game that I said would prove it should be easy for them to show why they should be at the upper echelon of CRL. But now they have to play with Wichita, who has yet to win their first series in CRL, and Price has started it off in Game 5 for them to be on top.
Yeah, it really was a shot that was going to nowhere in particular. Gratefully claimed and distributed by Wichita State. One long ball in, and it looks like Cumberland is reeling right now.
They just haven't been on the same page since games 1 and 2. Their touches sloppy, some of the communication sloppy. This one though, Polar all by himself just gets back in it, and we're seeing this back and forth continuously.
Yeah, I understand when it comes to Rocket League, passing plays win the day, but there's something that really recalibrates a side when a single individual on a team puts the team on their back to score. Polar could have passed, chose not to. Doesn't matter. This should be the wake-up call Cumberland needs.
Here we go again. Knight off the sidewall. Can't do much more than that as Aqua clears this upfield. No follow-up yet. Hot shot to this a little bit late. Has to take time. That'll allow some players to get drawn in from Wichita. Boone towards center field. Polar keeping it up. Contested by Aqua. Nightya on the follow-up. Can't still figure out a way to get much past those corners. The clear for Wichita will relieve Cumberland pressure.
Yeah, this one here is situations that I could have predicted in a million years of having this kind of attack and defense. It almost feels like they're swaps compared to Game 1 between Cumberland and Wichita State. It does seem like everyone's trying to figure out that secret formula to get that dub in Game 5.
Oh, what a flip reset for Nightya. Manages to get 1v1. And I mentioned if you contest him early, he has to use that flip. At the end of the day, you have two players, both of them going for the save instead of a challenge, and neither reads the shot. Well done by Nightya, who has continuously showed his mechanics in this series.
Nightya, pretty thing, having the supersonic goal explosion, just being able to do that quick, fast, and beat two defenders. And already, that one goal disadvantage has now become a one goal advantage for Cumberland.
Well done touch by Aqua in the 50. We'll go on to the side of Cumberland. Nightya waiting patiently is 50'd by Price on the pre-jump. Aqua to it, 50'd by Hotshot, and Boone is there to continue with some pressure. Price sends it over to Aqua, who was up. The shot, a bouncer not read by Cumberland, and back to tied we go.
I'm not sure. I gotta watch this again because it looked like it could have been knocked away twice from Sunday, but everyone's caught looking at their wheels going, do you got that? Do you got that? Do you got that? And a very unnecessary tie goal is the shoot du jour. We are level at 2 apiece.
Back up is Polar Nightya. The 50, but Aqua is there first. Takes his time off the sidewall. Polar on the follow-up. Looking from the sidewall in front of net is dangerous for Price, but somehow he 50s it to keep it out of net. Aqua on the clear up field, and Polar is there to pick it up, only to be 50 yet again as we sit in midfield.
Yeah, if you solve a problem that you caused, are you a hero? Like, I'm not sure. That could have been really bad, but thankfully cleared away the line the last possible second.
I gotta admit, when I'm coaching, that's gotta be the thing I scream about most. Why are you putting the ball in front of your own net? One of the most dangerous things to do. You've seen players carry it over the net, which is a little more understandable, and have possession and cross it. But in front of net is a dangerous territory to play in. A little bit of a double commit there, but Aqua does fall off, go into his corner. Price going on the 1v1, tries to put it underneath, but Polar able to read it well. Boone here on the shot, contested again by Polar. And it seems like Polar's just trying to do everything in his power to defend, deflect, and deny the likes of Wichita right now.
I got to give a little bit of a point out to the defensive construction of coverage. It looks like after that second goal conceded, they're kind of going more vertical with the defensive idea, maybe having one person back, being able to distribute the ball left or right. But I love the idea of going with that letter I on the counter. What you end up doing, though, is making yourself too narrow, and you might see some balls sail over the head of Cumberland and concede one once more if you don't really get more dynamic with it.
This one poked away, still on the Cumberland side as it's 50'd by Aqua. Hotshot there first. Boone back last to contest. Aqua is there, cheats up field, open net to work with, and Wichita the lead with 1:17 remaining.
Shout out to Novanta, you got it right. Look at this one. Look at the distribution. Everyone is kind of in this virtual line, and there's no one able to have momentum to come across the net to hit that out. And that's another goal conceded that shouldn't have happened.
Back to it. Cumberland off of kickoff, managing to try to get this one in front of net. Polar to try next himself. It'll go off the ceiling, but not much more farther than that. Hot shot now. Doing the same. Dribble here. 50 won't be found, and Nightya can't get contact either as it's deflected away. Hot shot on it again, but low on boost is the entire Cumberland roster. So Price able to get a flip, reset, transition, and extend upfield, but Hotshot now on transition. The bump teammates by as well. And is this the opening that Cumberland has? But again, not much boost in the tank.
Both teams looking for that one more goal, which could be an opportunity for Cumberland to dispossess, but it seems to be a easier said than done proposition. Final seconds here, and it looks every bit that Wichita State may walk away with this one.
Oh, this has got to be an upset alert for sure if Wichita is able to hold on just a little bit longer. They're stuck on their half, and Price able to clear away. Hot shot, not much boost in the tank. The 50 stays neutral in midfield. This one up. Nightya on the flip doesn't have enough power to get past Price. This one's rolling. It stays on the ground, and Wichita State do the unbelievable. They reverse sweep Cumberland for their very first CRL series victory.
I knew it was going to happen, didn't think it was going to happen today. Like I said, the skill ramp for this squad is infinite. It has got to learn and acquire powers like Mega Man to make sure they can put it in practice. But over the course of 5 games, you go back to game 1, to game 2, it was such a huge jump in skill. By the time 3, 4, and 5 came along, they were ever bit the strongest team. GG's all around, but Wichita State should be extra proud of what they accomplished here today.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely an unexpected victory for Wichita State. no shade to them at all. This is their first semester in CRL, and they struggled really badly in game 1 and 2, but they made adjustments. They started contesting, they brought a little bit of their own style, and they upset in this one against Cumberland. So, I mean, I don't mind my prediction being wrong if this proves to be Wichita State's turning point in league play. Overall, a wonderful job against a team that has been in CRL for quite some time now. A shock, really, of course, for all of us.
Yeah, the desk got it all wrong, but you know what? I'm glad I got this one wrong, because I do feel like this one here was well-earned and well-deserved, Wichita State, but you're absolutely right. Cumberland looked like they were just having a good time, keeping themselves peaceful. It looked like they were playing beach volleyball in that game 1, and then by game 4, Neo Tokyo, they were struggling to put things together, ultimately got dismantled.
Yeah, I think Wichita State, again, started becoming more of their own force. They didn't allow Cumberland as many opportunities in the back half of that series. We saw Polar what felt like being sometimes the only point of defense for the likes of Cumberland. He needed more support at times, and he just wasn't getting it. Well done by Wichita State to see their openings. They took really good shots and had opportunities to just be more unpredictable at the end of that series. And, they did yet again another reverse sweep today. We have 2 game 5s that went from reverse sweeps, which I don't think we expected on Sunday in any retrospect.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Stick around. We got some more CRL action in just a moment, but I can tell you one thing. Write it down. Today has already been a slice of history.
Then I bring it right back. Two-step, then I bring it right back. Step, then I bring it right back. Two-step, then I bring it right back. Two-step, then I bring it right back.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Boone, who just completed a insane reverse sweep of Cumberland. Dude, that was nuts. How you feeling?
Feeling great. It kind of all just happened. But yeah, feeling pretty good.
Dude, I mean, listen. It is. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. We all predicted against you. Okay. Like, you know, we're analysts for that reason, but it was just an insane series altogether. So, I mean, first off, how are you feeling after the reverse sweep? And then kind of what's your general thoughts around beating a team like Cumberland?
Man, well, it felt great, but I mean, Cumberland's a great team. They kind of kicked us down the first 2 games really bad. I don't know if we had much faith in ourselves to bring that one back. Typically, that game 1 for CRL League play has been terrible for us in every series. So we kind of just thought, okay, whatever. Game 2, it happened again. We were like, yeah, this might be it for us. And then game 3 happened, and we're like, wait, okay, there's a way. And then slowly but surely, it just kind of all unfolded. So yeah, I'm still kind of processing the fact that happened. But yeah, it's one way to get a first win.
Well, I mean, like you mentioned, you guys were kind of getting comfortably beat through the course of game 1 and 2. Wasn't too close, but then what was sort of the adaptation that you guys made? Was it a mental shift? Was it a gameplay shift between game 2 and 3 that really got you guys back into it?
Yeah, well, luckily night's gonna be night, so that wasn't a huge issue for us. But I think for Aqua and I, it was definitely like, you know, trying to figure out how to get comfortable. I think both of us were kind of antsy in the first 2 games. We're kind of just jumping for joy on defense, and then suddenly we're awkward, bumping each other in a well. So I think once Aqua and I found use, that was kind of all we said after game 2. We're like, look, we just got to make something happen, and it might need to start with us actually making good decisions. And yeah, so maybe us making good decisions caught Cumberland off guard because we were playing so bad the first 2 games, but I don't know. Maybe that helped.
Yeah, definitely. I think, I mean, definitely did as the results are showing. So, I mean, it's safe to say that when it came to like Wichita, not a lot of people were expecting you guys this league play. There was a lot of other teams that were in the waiting that were showing competitiveness. But you guys are here, and although it's been like a rough start, kind of what do you feel your goals are for the course of this season?
I think it's to ruin as many other teams' seasons as possible.
Because
every series matters. I think everyone knows it's kind of crazy nowadays. You know, any team in the top 20, I think, can beat each other on any given day. Yeah. So, I mean, I think for us, our expectations, it's not really, we're not expecting to make nationals or anything like that. Of course, we'd love to win if we can. But for us, it's really just win when you get the opportunity to take advantage of it. And yeah, and if that's ruining other teams' seasons and taking down their game diff, then that'd be even better. So,
dude, that's like the like chaotic evil version of like Wichita. Like on that chart, you're just strictly chaotic evil. That's perfect. Do you guys feel like, I mean, speaking of that, you know, you have a lot more teams left to play, a lot of really good teams. Do you feel that people are sleeping on your guys' ability?
Yeah, and I think we can use that to our advantage because, I mean, I won't lie, it's very reasonable to underestimate us when you're coming in to play us. But I think that's been where we've been the best, is being able to strike back on that. So yeah, I think there's definitely going to be teams underestimating us. Can't say I hate them for it, but yeah, we're just hoping to take advantage of it. So.
Cool, man. I mean, I'm very looking forward to your season, especially after this win. Do you have any last words, maybe potential trash talk you want to throw out to any teams that are coming your way?
No, I don't want to start trash talk with anyone. Sadly, no drama from me. But yeah, no. I shout out Aqua and Knight. Yeah, I don't think we even expected to get 1 game. I'm not gonna lie. So starting somewhere is pretty good. So hopefully this will be confidence for us moving forward. I think it definitely is, at least for me. So.
All right, man. Well, a lot of eyes are on you now. So any final words, and then we'll see you off, man.
No, shout out Wichita State. Go Shocks. That's all I got. Shocker Nation, baby.
And 1,000 tweets just went up. All right, man. Thank you so much, Boone, and congratulations on your win.
All right, thank you. Have a good one.
That was Boone of Wichita, and what a series. Oh, my Lord. We're in the back with our just jaws on the floor, guys.
Yes, being able to see a reverse sweep is one thing, but in a desk sweep as well is pretty brutal. I definitely can't say I anticipated that going into a match like this. I have to say, pretty funny. I did see shout out to Gandalf in chat saying, it's all a conspiracy to steal my channel points. That's really what it feels like when you have matchups like this.
I mean, Shocker Nation has got to be the most real, like, at this point, sort of, their school. It's shocking. I was not anticipating them at all, and I was shocked. The difference between games 1 and 2 to 3, 4, and 5, like it almost looked like an entirely different team.
Yeah, I mean, we did have the production chat kind of chatting at each other, being like, man, how's this game gonna go? Like, how do you really sell a series like that? Because in a production sense, it is hard to be able to do that. But no, they locked in, they figured out their issues, and that is why we all love CRL, because you can have highly unanticipated turns, really harsh turns in a series that yield something like that. Because not only is that a Wichita State victory, that is their first of league play. So what a way to be able to get that induction into league play formally and be able to say, yeah, series, so we have to round out our day a little bit. Yeah, we have to round out our day a little bit here. Fisher and Ball State coming down the pike here for our final match, and both of these teams coming off a Game 5 victory just moments ago.
I'm actually kind of personally shocked with it. Ball State has also been playing a bunch of matches today, which we'll update you on shortly. But Fisher and Ball State, this is two teams that's coming off of incredible wins. Ball State, no stranger to Game 5s as well. I feel like this is one of those series where now that we have Fisher that has a win over Concord, now that we have Ball State, who I'm just quickly looking at the reporting because they literally just beat Indiana Tech in a Game 5, which I believe that's still getting reported and everything. But this is two teams that just beat really solid teams that were near the top, and now we get to see them face against each other. I think it's hype.
Yeah, I think being able to look at these rosters, I mean, one thing that I'm always kind of paying attention to is the changes. Obviously, Fisher is pretty new. Royales is still the core with Justice and Ivan coming back in. But then we also look at Ball State. Phoebes replacing Wova, a decision in the preseason, Devonta, that we had a couple of us scratching our heads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the problem with Ball State wasn't that they didn't have Cam, they didn't have scoring opportunities, or they had a strong defense. It was, can they get over the hump late in the season? The change was made, and no discredit to Phoebes, but it really became out of left field. But the thing is, that's what's great about these teams every semester. You gotta earn your spot, you gotta double down, you gotta make sure you have a place on the squad, and Ball State is looking to really get the big one. So I understand them for making the change. Phoebes has pretty much worked himself pretty in with the squad, and it's only time will tell where they will end up this series.
And so as we look at Ball State, I mean, they're getting it together slowly. But Chicks, I feel like we're entering this new era where the teams that are the safe teams are really anything but, especially when you come to a team like Fisher that Ball State has to run into.
Is there really, truly a safe team? You mean like an easy victory
Back
at this
in the
point?
day, maybe, but yeah, nowadays.
I mean, you're talking about at this point like Akron Gold being better than Akron Blue. Like I thought the B team's supposed to be the easy. I can't. I throw everything out the window. I really cannot figure out exactly what's going on. I know we're like, oh, anyone in the top 20 can be. That's supposed to be like a cute saying for us. It's not cute. It's for real. It just makes our job so much harder. Like, it's been really incredible to watch the changes and the differences between everything. And obviously the interview with Royales earlier was so wholesome. Like, I am rooting for Fisher and seeing their adjustments and being out on top. And Ball State has been here a while. Seeing Othinga not with Wova is really weird to me. We have been casting that roster a really long time. So is this adjustment better? Of course, they've done well so far. They've done well today. They've been in Games 5s. At this point, I just expect a Game 5, and I am certainly rambling on forward because it has been a flustering day, to say the least.
Yes, I mean, we often talk about how cool it would be to see some Game 5s, and we've been blessed with 2 straight reverse sweeps. So I think the series has a lot to build up to naturally, but I do think that is the main dialogue, is saying, all right, Fisher, we were doing a rank check with them more or less. How can you handle Concord? Apparently, pretty well down the stretch, but with Ball State, it's kind of the same, I think. So as we take a look at this final match of the day, we're going to have to actually make the hard prediction. Last time we kind of got washed in series number 3 with that prediction. So unfortunately, all of us are getting a little bit of a hit to the ego, but now we have a chance to regain. Fisher, Ball State, Novanta, who you got?
joke's on you. My ego is always fragile, man. You know what I'm saying? But of the two squads, I gotta go with Fisher here. We saw them on stream a couple of minutes ago. I had questions about the make-up of this roster, and they're already paying dividends. And you know me and Ball State, we go way back. So Fisher's my choice to win today.
Okay, Seb, I mean, we swept the desk last time. I feel like we've seen Fisher. We haven't really seen Ball State. How you feeling?
I'm still going Fisher. I listen, I've made no qualms that I am not a believer in Ball State. I have not been a believer in Ball State for quite some time.
This man knows.
Continuously reminds me. And so I just feel that Fisher, they took a really good win. They're on the upswing. The mental of RLCS just seems so good right now that I can't imagine them losing right now. But at the same time, Ball State also just beat Indiana Tech, and so it just becomes this weird rock, paper, scissors. I'm still taking Fisher. I think they're one of the best teams that we have in the nation.
Well, there you go. Bold claim from Seb. Chixa, do you feel like you agree with that, or maybe he's taking it too far against Ball State?
I'm getting a little nervous. I picked Fisher as well, just by a little bit. I'm a little more confident in Fisher right now, but not much. Honestly, I'm not confident in my prediction at all, but that is okay, because that is why I just have to pick one. And moving forward, yeah, I have to pick one. There's no like blank option for me. So at this point, I enjoyed watching Fisher play earlier. I think, again, having the opportunity to reverse sweep is difficult in itself, and they did just that. But again, Ball State is not going to be an easy game similar to earlier.
Yeah, it's pretty funny to see because back in the day, I feel like we would be like, yeah, it's going to be this team. That's definitely how it's going to work out. And then you kind of just like vibe off of that. But then you're kind of just throwing up your hands like, sure, this team will probably win because it really has been that close. A lot of Game 5s already in the reporting channel. And right now, I don't know if it's going to get there, but I do feel like I'm going to have to go with Fisher, and we're going to have to sweep the desk on that. So tempting fate potentially. There's surely 2 series in a row we won't jinx them, but who knows? I mean, Ball State, I know they have a chip on their shoulder. BK in the chat, their coordinator, will always give us an earful if Ball State can pull this off. But I think ultimately, yeah, Fisher has looked electric. They even said, yeah, part of the reason we started that series slow is because we didn't really warm up. And now they are warmed up. So maybe that's not going to be an issue. Regardless, I think Ball State has a legacy for a reason, both in traditional sports and now in esports, because they do bring the quality. Even with the roster change, it has looked fairly seamless for them. So regardless of who anyone in chat put their channel points on, still have a little bit of time to get those predictions in, but ours are locked in, so I guess we'll have to see how this all goes down with everything on the line, because it's another chance to climb the table, because both sides are coming off a Game 5 victory. It's Falcons versus Cardinals, serving up bird-on-bird violence for our final match of the day.
It has been like throwing absolute dartboards on the prediction front, and we have finally breached our final series of this league play Sunday. It has been nothing but normal throughout today. 2 reverse sweeps, some upsets on the front, and a final game that may decide a lot as we continue on forward in league play.
League play has only been getting spicier as we've been going, even throughout the course of this day. The off-stream matches, everything that's been going on has resulted in just all the expectations to go completely on its head. And now we have Fisher and Ball State, teams that have actually played each other a lot in the past in previous iterations of Fisher. I'm incredibly pumped to see this because I think for Ball State specifically, this is a test to see if they're the real deal.
Certainly opportunities for both teams to continue to rise in power rankings in league play format. We always mention how important every game is and that differential moving on forward, that cut-off point to move through across league play. A lot of decisions to be made and a lot of series left to be played, but for now it has been a feeler out minute between these two. A couple of opening looks potentially for Fisher and Ball State, but yet to see anything too concrete.
Oh, I'm going to play super aggressive in this one. Oath as well, trying to headhunt, but can't get around it. Phoebes is going to be able to keep it in that blue half, but Oath just needs to collect as much as he can. Going to try and play for the ceiling, put it underneath, but Yvonne, perfect perfect challenge to keep it away.
Both on the jump here, Royales. Nice touch to deflect towards the corner. Justice picking it up, and Ga on the contest as well. Keeps this in midfield. Royales again on it. First has some space to work with, only into the 50. Quick turn by Justice, and again, not yet anything more than constant challenges in midfield. Nobody has space right now to really work with.
Not at all, and let's see, Fisher settling on some counterattack strats, just letting Ball State take control, give them possession, but play efficient handling, though a bit of a double commit on the challenge here might be dangerous. Justice is going to have to follow up. A miss from Oath is actually going to give the perfect opportunity. If Yvonne can get some decent space, he won't. So now Royales, look how far back Royales and Justice are playing just to wait for Ball State to throw away that possession. Royales looking for the solo, can't get it around one. Good challenge from Ga.
Back on it is Oath, doesn't have much boost to work with, and can only clear it into the half of Fisher. Ivan on this, but didn't get contact to make the shot, so Ga instead credited with the save as this transitions back onto the Fisher half. Already halfway through this game, and it has been very difficult to find an opening. Justice in midfield, Royales, the fake, the deflection, and Ivan couldn't put it underneath the bar. Opportunity missed for Fisher early.
Yeah, that was one that I think Ball State should have read too, but it's a very good setup from Justice. Still dangerous though, especially if Royales can get ahead of it, and he does get a touch on it. Can he get around Phoebes? He does not. Ivan tried to track, keep it in play. Ga's gonna go up high for it, send it all the way across. Oath's gonna put a shot on, but it's too wide.
Stuff like that can change how important every shot is as we breach. And just like that, one demo opens up the playfield. Gorgeous shot by Ga in high air.
And Ga immediately read where it was going to be. Didn't even wait for the waterfall, and perfect placement to give Ball State the lead here with just over 90 seconds remaining. So now Fisher going to have to work from behind. The gameplay has been generally solid throughout them. They're finding their opportunities, but I think they're just struggling to get on. Justice is diving for this one. Great defensive play from Ga. Perfectly done. A lot of experience under his belt now. The amount of RLCS placements he's had, playing with the likes of Alpha Kept of all people, but it's been working out very well for them.
Yeah, it just shows, we mentioned time and time again how much experience each player in CRL truly has, not even just from NA Pro play. As we've talked about a lot, we are coming across all regions at this point, culminated in CRL, and it makes it just that much more diverse. Go, not able to get the secondary touch, but does steal some boost, able to turn back in. Phoebes waiting patiently and can't do much more than being in on it. Everybody in the corner right now for the likes of Fisher, and somehow that doesn't go on in. Adjustments to be made. Royales puts this one in front of net. Ivan on the flip reset, just can't aerial it in.
And Ball State, you can see the pace of play was strongly increasing on the offensive end. Ga was taking in early cuts. They were playing for every single challenge and forcing it. Didn't even matter where it went to. They just wanted to keep that possession going. 15 seconds left. It might pay off for them. As Royales, not many chances left, is going to get 50. Justice is going to take it, leave it for Ivan. You can see the defense is sort of opening up. Oath tries to dive for it, and he does. Ga is going to try and get the pinch off the wall. It's going to go up the wall. Royales, decent amount of boost left in the tank. Not the best touch at all. Ball State will take game one.
Yeah, if it's any testament to how this series is going to be, one goal difference is all that mattered. Tied on shot counts, 5 for both teams is all they could get. It was just a tough series to play back and forth. I think starting slow, a lot of nerves there. Royales had boost, he had time. Someone should have communicated to him that he had time and could have made a better play at that 0-second mark. All it takes is one opportunity to win these games.
And I really think that, like, for Ball State, they saw They were like sharks in the water. They saw immediate weakness and they saw, okay, Fisher is giving us a lot of space. We're just going to turn it on. We're going to go for every challenge. We're going to cut really early. We're going to steal as much boost as possible and keep that pressure going. And it really worked out. And that's kind of how they were able to get their goal in the first place and just keep Fisher at bay. Fisher, to their credit, it just felt as if on the offensive end, they were a bit too slow. They couldn't get the bumps that they wanted despite the previous series that they played. So Ball State will have the early lead in this series. Fisher will look to bounce back, and they're very capable. I mean, they got their own reverse sweep after all.
Yes. Again, you can't count anybody out at this point of CRL, even this early in league play, but I think so many things could have changed the outcome of game number 1, but it was a good job on Ball State recognizing that they couldn't give Fisher any space, time, or comfortability in that first one, and it showed. Fisher didn't look comfortable, and they made some mistakes even on the simplest things like controlling touches. So hopefully they settle into this series going into game 2 and show us a little bit more of what we saw earlier. I thought it was wide, but Phoebes finds it early.
Yeah, that's a rough 50 to have, Ivan. I don't think was expecting such a challenge at that angle, and especially going for the air dribble carry right there. Just a bad move. So it will be Ball State taking an early lead off of the kickoff. See if Fisher can work from behind here. Oath just going in, a bit of a double commit, or at least the positioning is all over the place. Morales just puts off the sidewall. Justice is going to put a shot on, but it will be saved by Oath.
Tough touch. Morales couldn't get to it. Ivan trying to find the challenge, does get it on Oath and picks up the 100 boost. Has some time to work with. Takes the dribble. Goes for the flip, does indeed find it, gets it across, and Go waiting patiently, able to find the save. All 3 Ball State players in net, ready to defend against that. Needed a little bit more help in order to find that shot. A good deflection here, may be fast enough, but again, denied and deflected away.
I would have loved to see that go on target, but do what you can. Ivan, perfect setup. Is it enough? No, it will go wide. And I like the cut from Ivan here. Actually has a decent amount of boost. Guz trying to track this as well. Almost no boost to speak of for the Ball State side. Guz able to take a full boost for his tank. As Oath just wants to get this away, give Ball State some breathing room before Fisher pounce again on the attack. Ivan, such aggressive positioning. The demo comes through. Ivan scores to make it tied.
Gifted with that ball off the 50 and takes advantage of it. Nice little pop-up in order to get the shot on target. Takes his time to control, just enough time to make sure that shot is on, and we get the equalizer for Fisher. Tight back and forth game already. We're seeing the little things that make matters the most.
So now, I will be joining back the game, but in the meantime, I think I will switch over, and even though it's tied, we're still going to see shots come through from Guy, who will be able to take the lead here for Ball State.
Yeah, this one was just a little bit too much for Fisher to handle. They need to do better at positioning their car in these 50s. Unfortunately, a lot of them are going towards the net because they're angled outside. And just like that, it shows that, again, little minute mistakes, even like the positioning of 50s, can make things really change how this game is going. Justice on the flip reset, of course, top bar and out. And Oath now not much boost in the tank, does fake it underneath, and just in time Justice comes back to find the save.
Good catch, good amount. Morales, he's in position, doesn't get the demo on Ga in time. Oath will be able to keep it in play. Ivan, double commit 50 from Justice and Ivan. It might work out though if Ivan can get around it, but doesn't get to. Oath is just trying to do what they can, but you can see Fisher, they've changed their mood in that they want to take so much more aggressive positioning. Quick rotates, Realis wants to peek, but not able to get it done.
Both now with boost, able to get the 50, continues on through. 50's another, the pop out, dangerous territory for Fisher, but able to follow up The bump on the sidewall gives Ivan some time to demo for his efforts. A little bit of a heavy touch, but finds the 50. Oath shot down low, and Borealis does track it to find the save in the corner.
Yeah, that was very well timed. Coming off the back wall and pinching it out. Ivan, no boost, gets bumped as well. Oath tries to go for one himself. Borealis needs to scramble to keep it at bay, prevent Ball State getting any closer, as they're inching more and more to some strong possessions. High pressure scenarios. Go off the corner, gets it around one. Borealis chasing this down, able to take the boost, but a good 50 from Oath keeps it in play.
Ivan taking time, contested here by Thebes, and it'll go on to the half of Ball State temporarily. Justice up for Royales, right behind him. Wasn't aware that Oath was there, but not much more to that touch. Then just to knock off Fisher. Royales off the ceiling, contested by Go, who was already on the ceiling himself. Ivan, though, to this one first. Thebes on the pop-up, and just enough boost to deflect temporarily. Ivan now doing the same. Everyone trying to get in that high air to start off an opportunity, but still nothing yet to be found. Under a minute left on the clock. Right now, Fisher, time is ticking before they potentially get in another reverse sweep scenario. That won't happen just yet.
Justice. Fantastic way to set this up. Immediately sees Phoebes, but also just because Phoebes had to avoid Justice, it forced a really bad touch, which only was a setup for Fisher here. So 48 seconds allows Fisher a chance. But Ball State have continued to play strongly. Their positioning has been so good on defense. The way that they're holding the midfield and getting a read on every single one of Fisher's touches, it almost makes it look like they're just tossing the ball away. Now that they finally tied things up, Fisher have the chance. Justice for Ivan, a bit awkward on the defense, and now Ga, no boost to speak of, but he will be able to take a bit more control here.
Ivan, a great touch off the sidewall, and he'll demo his opponent contesting. Oath just sends it towards the sidewall. Morales out of boost, can't do much more than that. Justice full boost, sends it center. Ivan's there, tries to get it to himself. This one off the corner, hoping for it to touch the ground as Ball State, and it does just that. Overtime in game 2, a very vital one for Fisher to tie up this series, for Ball State to go to match point.
Ivan signed to become demo man for this one to kick things off. Oath's going to put a shot straight on. This leads to a catch. Gut thinks better of it, immediately on the rotate back, and now it starts to get dangerous. Phoebes, it's going to go off the ceiling. Morales gets the read. Gut also gets a demo. Justice needs to get this 50, and he does. For an overtime. It will matter a lot for the course of this series, I think, for Fisher. Justice just chasing this one down. Same with Ivan. You can tell Fisher have turned the demo scope on and just want to take names from the Ball State roster, but will they let them?
Both in midfield, and Justice off the ceiling. Finds it here. Ivan can't follow up. Morales last back, needs to play patient, and he does just that. Picks a boost, waits on Oath's touch, deflected midfield dangerously, and Phoebes on it first. Oath off the sidewall, still has control. Morales to send it down, and Phoebes sends it to the backboard again. 2 on backboard for Fisher, but Morales carries this one out, only to be 50'd. Clear needs to be found, and Justice can't do it yet.
Morales just shadowing this one, but doesn't know how much boost Phoebes has, and at the moment Morales just wants to solo himself, be able to steal a boost. That's actually a great start if Ivan can get the follow-up, but it's a bit too late for it. Phoebes just sending it all the way down. Ivan, Justice needs to get the turn on. So Ball State continue to hang on, just going for these long clears, perfectly reading, and now Ga wants to completely demolish the Fisher defense and give Ball State an opening. At least get into this game. Phoebes with the flip reset pass over to Oath to end this one at 156. Beautiful pass here from Phoebes.
Yeah, it was something that needed to happen, and finally Ball State crashed the net, took a little bit of mechanics to push it on through, and we found the finish needed out of Oath. Ball State managed to hold on in this series. They had just a little bit more pressure as we went through this game, seemed to be in control of Boost a little bit more, and now Fisher again are facing needing to reverse sweep yet another team to win today. But overall, Ball State looking super solid when they are upfield and finding ways to score.
It's just a shame because like we're seeing Fisher, they are experienced enough to be able to try different, mechanisms of attack to try and take Ball State's defense in different ways. But the problem is that we saw this in the Concord series is unfortunately when put on the back burner, Concord can find openings as well. They can find mistakes from Fisher's defense, and we're seeing a little bit more of it. But also, I mean, it is on Ball State, right? Offensively, they are so aggressive. They're going for every single boost steal bump and quick rotate that they possibly can. And the amount of times I think I've seen just cut rotation just to go for a single attempt that might not even work, but it forces Fisher on the back foot. That's what's making him so effective right now.
Yeah, I think another thing too is Fisher, similar to the Concord game, plays a little bit scared, a little bit nervous, and not too confident when they start off their series. They have to start off confident. They need to be going for touches, and they just have to play their game. They're playing to the likes of Ball State right now. They're not looking comfortable, and that is proving to show their cracks in yet again another series. Does this mean they can, of course, reverse sweep again? I mean, it's very much possible, but they do need to start playing their game and not potentially allowing plays like that to happen. Somehow, again, it does not go on in.
Yeah, but the fact that that even was a setup in the first place, if he had maybe a little bit more boost, would have been able to put that one through. But Ball State, that's just one dangerous goal that was blocked away, but too many have been finding their way into threatening scenarios, and Fisher are doing enough to handle it. Another aerial demo coming through for Oath, and so it will be Fisher on the back foot once again.
Ooh. Both two players up Morales can't find the read, and Ivan does bump into Justice a little bit, so Morales needs to come through, find a touch. Justice can't do much more than that in the corner. Deflection here, got ready to pick it up. It's a shot on target, a late touch to get it out and find the save. And Ivan has a ton of boost in the tank, needs to get this safely upfield, and he does it just that. Buy time for his teammates to rotate, grab some boost. Where's the passing play to be found? It does get to Ivan. The boost steal is there, but I'm waiting for the shooting opportunity to come out of this. I just haven't seen anything other than touches to the corners.
It just feels like Fisher, they're totally willing to carry the ball upfield, but they're using the opportunity to completely reset, right? You're seeing the first man go up, and then you're seeing two men go back for particularly the back boost. They're not trying to cover the midfield boost as much as Ivan is able to take care of the back lurker in Oath. Same with Justice, who's able to try and clear things up. Now, still scoreless at 3, but Fisher finally in the driver's seat, potentially, question mark. They're trying. You can see in real time they're trying, but Ball State just keeps coming back. Oath wants to put the shot on, or at least set up the pass, but no one's there.
Question mark is definitely the realest thing you've said today. There's been a lot of question marks when it comes to series score lines, decisions, Phoebes here. Can't find the angle on the backcourt touch, but certainly another opportunity for Ball State that they shouldn't have probably had. And now Morales still struggling to get a clear out. Go the bump, Phoebes to just sneak it underneath the bar, and Ball State a lead yet again.
Morales just wasn't expecting the challenge again, but Ga is a menace. Phoebes knew exactly where Ga was going to go for the bump. There was no defender there. They tried to play the back post and had the right idea for the save, but the amount of disruption that Ball State is throwing is just too much for Fisher to deal with. And then off the kickoff, Fisher just can't catch a break.
Yeah, I was going to say not much you can do about that one. Maybe the better read off the sidewall, but that's still a difficult one to ask of anybody. Now Fisher down by 2, just over 2 minutes left in this one. They have to get going. Will Justice do just that here? Off the ceiling, flip reset, doesn't get the touch. Borealis flip as well, can't get the corner read. Ivan has to go backwards. This one sent towards the back wall. Borealis, does he have the read? And he doesn't from the backboard either. So close, but yet so far for Fisher.
But with that's the exact kind of creativity you want to see from the likes of Fisher. You want to see some infield passes. You want to see a first man in there who's willing to disrupt, but also be in sticking with the position to be able to go for potential passing plays like that. So we see Fisher. They want to get more creative. They're cooking up ideas. You have the time to do it. Are you going to be able to?
Taking this one slow is Royales, but can't win much more on that 50. Again, Fisher knocking on the door, finding some offensive pressure, but Ga beats out the last defender, has an open net to work with, and Ball State piles on.
And this is the price of overcommitment, unfortunately, and the third man who just was up position just a touch too far and not quick enough to get to the ball. Ga is a very speedy player after all, and he will hit you where you least expect. So just over a minute, it is a mountain to climb for Fisher. I would like to at least see them hit a goal, but the way that Ball State is playing, this feels like a revitalized Ball State. Any past inclinations that we had over the ability of Ball State seems to have gone, as they are putting themselves in the mix with the elite once again.
Ball State has been at the higher echelon. They've made, I think, some of the craziest bracket runs that we've seen out of any school before, and maybe they won't need such a bracket run this season. Very solid game thus far, still controlling the gameplay. Phoebes looking very solid, especially this game. Had a ton of shots upfield, was able to make a goal himself, was just doing what was needed with a very established set of two players in Oath and Ga, and now they're just playing with time, burning it. What a cut by Phoebes! And Ball State, the exclamation point at the end of this one.
It's just Fisher struggling with that third man. The reads aren't there. They're getting beat by these transitions. They're committing so much, and then the moment that the transition counterattack comes, it's just a demolishing from Ball State. This one essentially over, and Ball State with a statement match here. They already took a win against Indiana Tech, which was fantastic enough, but beating a Fisher that just came off a win on Concord, maybe Oath wants one to go. This one is a statement for Ball State to reassert themselves amongst the elites in CRL, and they are firmly back. Ball State take this series with authority.
A sweep, certainly not what I was expecting between these two teams. We've seen so many other teams go the distance, or at least one go the way of the opposing team.
Man, our predictions suck.
Seb, you know, you don't have to downgrade us like that.
I mean,
right?
we are analysts, but not today.
Definitely not the series that we were expecting at all out of Fisher. Expected them to be more confident going into this one. Expected them to be a little bit faster paced. But I mean, I will say they did have a little bit of a break, then went into the series. Ball State, although off stream, did play a game right beforehand. Maybe looked a little bit more prepped and prepared because of it. But Phoebes, overall, I can say, a good fit so far.
So far, I think, especially it just seems like from a team play point of view, this is a team that's gelling very well right now. We knew that Ball State, after coming out and destroying Qualls, frankly, looked fantastic. But we didn't know exactly what the ceiling was with this roster. But when Phoebes comes in, you can see that him and Ga are vibing really well, that the comms is there, that really just the good chemistry is there. And that's what made the original Ball State with Wova so special, was they did have that chemistry that really allowed them to operate effectively. And I'm very excited to see where this roster goes.
Yeah, I think Ball State has done a good job so far of showing that they are up to the league play standard at this point. Fisher is no joke. that they beat Concord earlier. They've only struggled with one team, now struggling with Ball State. I do think we are going to see a lot of these upsets or unexpected series, or maybe I guess we should call them coin flip series from now on, because it depends on the day really who's going to win. The suspected team that was supposed to win may lose one day, may win one day, and I think that's just going to go as we continue throughout league play.
I mean, like you mentioned, the idea of the top 20 can beat any one of the top 20. Yeah, it's not cute. It's real. It's very real, and it continues to be proven game after game after game from week 1 to now. This is a format that has allowed us to really have the best of the best, where anyone can lose and anyone can win. I think the Wichita match and the Ball State match clearly show that. But for now, we're going to go ahead and prep our interview. We hope you enjoyed these matches, and stick around. We'll be. Oh no, actually, never mind. Excuse me. We're back. Okay. Wow. Look at that. Hi,
you weren't gonna lie. We were gonna be right back.
We
like
stuck around.
Yeah.
What a series.
We're right back with Taco and Novat.
What
Gotta
a series.
slowly go in there. But hey, you know what? Yeah, that is quite the series, but not necessarily in the way we expected. You know, like we have our dramatics, we have that series come through in an unexpected way, as we again do in fact curse a little bit. Fisher was the favorites, at least in our minds, but Ball State apparently they figured things out. It looked like they were struggling based on the other games that we had seen reported, and yet, I mean, going through that Novanta, I mean, both of us just kind of in disbelief, saying like, where has this been? They figured it out.
Well, I think all of us understood that how good Fisher was on paper and what they can possibly do. I personally know that I should have realized that Ball State wins games early on the season. I should have just picked the other ones. But I think what happened is it's simple mathematics. You score 2 goals in a best of 5, you're losing every time. I don't care how much pace or how much heart you had. You got to score goals. Fisher couldn't get it done.
It can be so tough to be able to lock in within these, but also this is exactly what Boone was talking about in his interview. It's something that we have echoed, and we're not just saying this to, you know, kind of cover our rears when we do get something wrong. It is coming down to the fact that, yeah, anyone in that top 20 can upset each other, to the point where I feel like the word upset feels almost like archaic. Like it doesn't even make sense anymore because the skill is actually close enough. Like we might have expected winners, but I mean, Chicsa, when we look at a game like that, Ball State was a powerhouse. We even doubted, are they still holding that title? Apparently they're fine. They're doing just fine with a win like this.
Yeah, I think we always worry a little bit when we have one player come into a very established duo or even trio. Like, is it really the better decision when said established trio has done a lot previously in league play? But Phoebes looked phenomenal today. I think that was our biggest question mark. He fits in. He makes this team, I think, more aggressive than what we've seen out of the past. So I expect a lot more out of Ball State as we move on forward, that they won't need to make lower bracket runs or, you know, any other sort of last chance thing. They may be at the top, let alone at the beginning of the season. As for Fisher, I still think they're finding their confidence ultimately. They did look a little scared in their series against Concord. Give respect where respect is due. Concord is a very good roster. I said inconsistent Kings because they have been Kings at times, but they do end up being inconsistent. So those are just the adjustments that needs to be made for each team, and each team does now have a different style. We mentioned how we bring European in. Now we have Salmon as well. We have a lot of new and general ways to play, and each team will have to learn in this league play format that everyone is different when you come to them at the end of the day.
Yes, a lot of cultures coming into CRL, different play styles, and I do like to see that. And of course, we can speculate on kind of the inner workings of all these squads, or we can just ask the men and women themselves within the CRL community. We have Phoebes on the line from Ball State being able to fly on in and give us a little bit of a thought. Phoebes, excellent win over Fisher. How are you feeling after that one?
Feeling good, man. I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I have to ask the obvious question of, like, you are the newer member on the, I mean, we don't like to say A and B teams, but functionally, yeah, this is the Ball State A team. I mean, was that a surprise you get called up? Like, what was that meeting like with the Ball State squad, and how did you kind of react to that news?
I was playing on the B team for a while, and I was having a lot of fun. But yeah, they were just like, hey, you know, we're going to land soon, and we want you to play. And so I went and played, and we won it. And then, and they're like, you know, we want you to be on the A team now. So I've been playing with them ever since. But
Well, it's like the esports version of a job interview, you know? It's like, hey, let's see how you handle this. And then you bring up a trophy and you're like, all right, anything else you need? They're like, no, that's all we wanted to know about if you're able to handle that pressure. And apparently you're handling league play pressure as well, especially with adjustments. You had gone down in a reverse sweep to Akron Blue earlier in the week, but fast forward to now, getting 2 back-to-back wins. What's the difference between that Akron Blue series and how you guys are playing today?
We were just much more confident now. We worked on a bunch of different stuff. Like being more aggressive and just kind of being up in their face. And I think we've like mastered that at this point, and we've worked a lot on that since that loss and ever since we've been a team. So.
And being able to get that work in can be so difficult because obviously it's a little strange coming in with Oath and Go. I mean, not necessarily the old heads in the scene, but they've been around for a couple semesters now. They've been through it. How have you been experiencing kind of the turmoil of probably the most competitive CRL League play that we've seen yet?
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard to adjust to. I'm not used to like this type of high level gameplay, but it's fun. It's really it's helped me get way better as a player and learned a bunch of new stuff from my teammates. So.
And so with that said, I mean, going forward, you get a good win. This is, I think, a good confidence booster since Fisher, I mean, we just heard from Royalis in his interview how he feels like this is a squad in his Fisher that can be top of the table, challenge for that championship. And obviously you guys are still early on, but do you feel like you guys are still gaining momentum? You said you fixed a lot, but how much higher is that ceiling for the Ball State program?
I think we're just getting started. I think we have a lot more to work on and we can definitely get way better. I think we definitely played, we showed that we played well today, but we can definitely get way better and prove to people that we're at the top.
As we like to hear, especially from a team coming off of a sequence of victories. Of course, hopefully that carries forward. But before we let you go, Phoebes, any shout outs you want to give to the lovely people at home?
Well, shout out my teammate, Oath and Go. They played great. Shout out my mom, shout out my dad, my sisters who are watching at home, and yeah.
See, we love the whole family dynamic going in there. Thank you so much, Phoebes. Best of luck with the rest of your schedule, and thanks for having a chat. Oh, we love to see that from Phoebes, and we love to see the confidence. They are not done. They are just getting started, chicks. I mean, you could hear it in their voice that Ball State, this is just the start of something, not any sense of upset that some people might be thinking.
All I can think about was like, he's just a baby. Like, I don't know how young he is. Like, to be honest, but he's new to the league play, and it made him seem like, it's a lot to take in. It really is. Whether you're an entire roster or, again, one player going into an established duo, it takes time to figure those things out and, gain your confidence, get used to talking in interviews and getting pulled for that. It's all a lot to take in, and I think he is adjusting just fine in that regard, but it is enjoyable today to experience again a lot of players for the first time on this stage, how they're rising to the occasion as they're learning and adjusting to the play, how they're getting upset but also upsetting, or just, again, I'm gonna call them coin flip matches from here on out, because that's really how close it is at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we do have a freshman in Phoebes, so I mean, I know back in the day when I was a freshman in sports, they would make you carry all the equipment and whatnot, so maybe that's Phoebes' duty. Like, you have to take all the interviews for us, or maybe travel to lands, but hey, he gets some of the prizing and a lot of the trophies. I mean, Seb, we talk through all these matches, and of course we talk about how close everything is, but I think a lot of it does come down to a couple times these key players that do get in the spotlight. Yeah, we know Oath and Guck can play, but Phoebes, you have to step up. Or you look at, Wichita State, Boone has played over in a while, and obviously Price as well, but then Aqua, how are you feeling under the pressure? Like, how much of these games really have to come down to like every single player having to be on every match?
I mean, we saw the very peak of that, right? When Concord won a fall championship, the one question mark that we had throughout the course of the season was Helix. Despite the fact you have Crispy and Simas on the roster, Helix turned out to be like literally the best player on that team during that run. And so I think that's what I love about CRL is that, even though a school might bring in some of these stars that you might recognize from RLCS, it's the players that you don't really expect that might actually come out and win matches and be your MVP and be a star player. They just need to be given that opportunity. And like you mentioned, we just saw it with Ball State, with Phoebes, we saw it on Wichita. We're probably going to continue to see it throughout the year as more of these, rank B, rank A, players are mixed in with some of these professional players.
Yeah, we have truly like a next generation, especially as nowadays we're seeing so many foreign-born players tweet out like, "Hey, I would love to go to NA for my university degree." So let's start having those conversations, because I'm all in favor of importing all that talent, because it only makes the product better. And man, what a CRL product we had today, Novanta. Looking back at the results, we are done for the day on our 4 series. Weirdly enough, I feel like we started with the most interesting one, but every other match has an interesting narrative that kind of adds into the CRL tapestry.
Yeah, absolutely. I gotta say, this one top to bottom on paper was kind of like, okay, all right, CRL, I see you. But Indiana Tech having their new challenge in Baylor, and Baylor established their dominance. 2 upsets and some of the caster cursing or desk cursing happening all in play. This is amazing. Any given Sunday thus far has given us some thrills, but I gotta give it up for our last match of the evening. Not saying that I'm the biggest Ball State hater on the desk, but the fact they came in and won in 3 straight games in such a convincing fashion, it was eye-opening to say the least.
Yes, and being able to look through all these matchups, I mean, obviously back-to-back reverse sweeps is wild, but even in the sweeps, like we said, strange things happening. Ball State showing that, no, they're capable of still just absolutely shocking us when it comes to a lot of these, but that, of course, is just more of the things that make power ranking oh so difficult for all of the analysts in the community. I mean, I'm getting DMs right now from analysts saying, what are we supposed to do with any of this? Like, all of this gets upside down, so hopefully the players don't get too hard. We're not guessing like Gibbs, but we certainly do feel like we have to have at least an educated guess at a certain point. And with that said, that will at least be the end of our match results, and that means our standings are going to be a little bit updated as well, because as we take a look at the table, it isn't necessarily fully topsy-turvy, but yeah, Fisher started up a little bit higher. They're still hanging on to that position, but potentially Seb, that could be something that's slipping sooner rather than later for some squads.
I mean, as we get more and more of these matchups, remember, there's 16 teams here that have to play against each other, right? And Fisher, we know that they can beat really solid teams. We know that they can take losses as well. And there isn't that many spots in that championship cutoff. We see St. Clair and Baylor are starting to separate themselves. They both are 3-0 apiece with some strong wins under their belt. Maryville, of course, are, in the conversation for championship contention. We need to see them play more matches. It's just too early to tell right now who is going to separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, it's so difficult because, as a reminder for everyone, we are going based off these standings for playoffs, the top 4. That is that line. You have to be above it. So everyone else, you are not eliminated. You are still playing for the LCQ, and they're going to have to be duking it out against the teams that are going for the 3v3 opens, which we have some more coming up in the coming days, particularly the 3v3 open number 3. Number 2 is already closed. That's going to be played on March 19th, but of course, closing March 20th is the sign up. Register today, get involved, get those placement points, because if you want a chance to be able to play in CRL playoffs, you still have a shot even if you didn't qualify into league play. March 26th is that kickoff, and it's 7 p.m. ET. Sign up at that link, startgg/CRL Spring 26-Open 3v3-3. A lot of dashes, but ultimately also a lot of teams vying for that position. Shout out to all the community streams that have been covering things from LeShoe, CRL Statistician, we have Pyro J, we have Bepic, we have DJ TJ, of course we have all the lovely schools that are giving all that. So if anyone is complaining, I can't find a stream, you're really just not even looking, because we have a lot of coverage going across this CRL community. It's a great ecosystem to be able to stay up to date. But of course, if you're a players and you don't register for this, then shame on you, shame on your house, shame on your
Sign
university.
up.
You can't be doing that. Always make sure you register. But with that said, we will be wrapping things up, at least here for week 2 on the CRL broadcast. It has been a delightful day of matches, but I guess we'll have to sign off from here. Novanta, we'll start with you, come back to me. I mean, any final words you have to say as we wrap up week 2?
I'm afraid of Baylor, man. They can really if they can make it happen and stick the landing this season, it can really upset the apple cart when it comes to top of mind teams. Baylor's been waiting in the wings for a long time. This could be the breakout semester.
I think it's I mean, it's a dangerous team. I mean, Seb, like, we have a lot of high expectations, but it feels like there's one or two teams that are still very much living up to our expectations coming into the semester.
I mean, I'm not going to lie. You know, with St. Clair, they are surpassing my expectations. I understand that, yes, they are Jew left, but I really wasn't expecting them to be at the level that they're at. I thought they were going to downgrade a little bit, and then we'd see Maryville and all these guys at the top. They are exceeding expectations. They are still playing championship caliber CRL Rocket League, despite the fact that they lost arguably their best piece last season. And I think, to me, that's just has been what's been making CRL so exciting. It's what differentiates it from the rest of Rocket League esports, is that, you know, a lot of these, you know, nothing is stable. Everything is constantly shifting, and a team that might be peak one week can just completely fall flat another week, and it is so much fun.
Yeah, certainly so. And of course, Chixa, I mean, there is obviously a lot of entertainment here, and it feels like every semester we're like, man, it can't get better than this, and then it does, because we have that many more crazy unrealistic results coming in, or seemingly so. Obviously, with 16-team round robin, 15 matches per squad, I mean, there's just so much content to go around right now.
Yeah, I love this expanded format. We're definitely seeing a lot that we didn't get to see normally. A lot of games being played in the background are surprising just as much as the ones that are being played on stream. There is so much stability that we lost when it came to what we expected. I don't like being wrong, I'll be honest with you, and going 50-50 today is really eye-opening. I think most of us went 50-50 or worse. I don't know if anyone did better than that today, and that's a struggle for us in the booth, and it does make things really hard, but it does make it really exciting. If there's teams that aren't going to make that cutoff and they don't believe so, they are ready to spoil and be chaotic evil, as we mentioned earlier, on those at the top.
Alrighty, well, with that said, yes, that is going to wrap things up for CRL Week 2. But of course, we have more broadcast days. We have more league play to go through. In fact, a lot of league play as teams are just getting started. So tune in to those local channels. Follow your local university on their esports page and stay involved with everything. We'll be back, same place, different time next week, Sunday, 7 p.m. Eastern time, a little bit later on in the day. So maybe just get some snacks, get your dinner with your fam, and then lock in for more CRL action. It has been a delight to bring you another week of CRL action, and therefore you can tune in next week to see even more. Follow below on socials, and we'll see you